I've been good. Yeah. Yeah, busy week this week at work. And
Oh yeah.
I've been like going to work and then going to Taekwondo and then streaming like most
Oh
nights
wow.
this week. So I've been so
Wow.
busy,
Yeah,
but it's
pretty
felt
busy.
good. Honestly, I kind of love that. I need some
What do you
decompression
do
time, but
for work, or do you not disclose it?
Yeah, I'll talk about generally. I've been a cancer researcher for about 10 years, working at a
Oh,
startup,
cool.
doing early detection of cancer from a blood test.
Nice. All right. Yeah, it's very worthy endeavor. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So you're are you like a PhD or
Yeah, I
you have a
am.
PhD? Yeah.
Yeah, I finished,
Wow.
I guess it's like a couple of years ago at this point. It doesn't feel like that long. That's insane. That
Oh,
much time has
nice.
passed,
Yeah.
but
Well, congrats, man. Yeah, keep up you picked a noble path to go through. So keep up the good work. Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
Um, hold on one second. My daughter's trying to. Yes, sweetie. What happened? I'm streaming.
Hey, welcome, Link.
Streaming. I'm doing an internet thing. What happened, sweetie? No, he did not. I locked up the fridge. He stocked up the they didn't get cooked. Yeah. Go back with mommy, okay? Close the door and lock it. All right. All right, I'm back. My bad.
Yeah, no problem.
When you being a parent, you don't get to clock out ever. Like
mm-hmm.
it's
Full
always
time.
it's always part of the background. Yeah.
Um,
So what is go over this idea again of what you wanted to talk about. I think I kind of got a general sense of it. Is it kind of like the misunderstandings on both sides
mm-hmm.
kind of thing? Yeah, I always thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with a YouTuber named Actual Justice Warrior, but he actually did a segment on this where he
Yeah,
went over
so
a
familiar with the
study.
name. I can't remember. I definitely haven't seen this video.
Yeah, he kind of went over like that they actually did like a I think a study. I forgot like the name of the study, but it found out that like they tested people who were both like right and left wing, and they asked questions basically
Mm.
seeing if both sides could like steel man the other side, like how
Uh-huh.
which side, yeah, like which side best understands the other. And they found that the right actually understands the left a lot better than vice versa.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. And and then after I started talking to more like left-leaning people, um I felt like anecdotally that was true, at least
Hmm.
so far.
Yeah, I think it can be tough. So I can say as like a leftist, left leaning, I don't know, whatever you want to say, liberal. We can we can get into that. But to try to take stock of what people who are, again, whatever that whole big bucket is of right leaning, conservative, all of the above, like what those different ideological breakdowns are in terms of this group believes this group believes this.
Hmm.
It feels relatively fuzzy. I could name some of like the main ideological players, and I could give you some examples of beliefs that I would associate with one or the other. But this is from like a really high level based on, um, what media representations are of some group, either that I'm seeing from, I don't know, some Trump rally or some Tucker Carlson or something, or hearing somebody in a comment say or whatever, or seeing from the more liberal perspective of, um, I don't know, I don't really watch like CNN or anything like that, but
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always been really interested on like, I think I think the things that I see are probably the representations of what I see as the most extreme or kind of nonsensical sounding beliefs, which I'm sure is to some extent, although you're indicating maybe to a lesser extent based on that study, when right wing people are seeing people on the left, they're seeing maybe the most extreme or the most nonsensical kind of versions of like what people on the left
Yeah.
believe, right? It's like it's whatever is easy to characterize is kind of sensational.
Well, that's why I kind of have like a deep, like this deep hatred for the mainstream media in general,
mm,
because they don't just paint. It's not just a dishonest, like a exaggeration of a
mm,
characterization or anything like that. It's just complete false, like totally
mm,
false, like a complete lie, basically. Like there's a difference. I believe there's a difference between like fluffing
mm-hmm.
the truth and then being completely untruthful.
Yep.
So I think so, like we saw a lot of that. I think we were chatting about the Kyle Rittenhouse case being kind of like
Mm,
a litmus test for who was willing to lie in order to just kind of toe the party line.
mm,
So it's kind of like if you were left leaning, you were not basically allowed to tell the full story of that event,
mm-hmm.
because the better version for you was to just label Kyle as a white supremacist
Mm-hmm.
killer who just wanted to go out and kill protesters that night. And he found like the perfect excuse, in order to go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was just basically a bloodthirsty Republican,
Mm-hmm.
which was, which was not the truth. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what a lot of the media took and ran with, and then a lot of people were just kind of repeating these same false stories, and to some extent, like I can't blame them, but I kind of do, because I always want to do a little more digging myself in order to find out whether or not a story is true
Mm-hmm.
or not. And so when I looked into, I heard about that story first, and then I looked at the video. So after watching the video, I was like, huh, this all seemed like a pretty straightforward case of self-defense right here. Um, I don't
So
think he
yeah.
wanted to, yeah, go out and get away with murder, and he just found a loophole to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The kid seems legitimately traumatized from the whole event. I believe if he could choose to go back in time and not relive it again, I think
Mm-hmm.
he would not want to.
Yeah. No, I think that would be a very a monstrous interpretation of his character, that I don't think is consistent, that he actually wanted to kill people. I think that would be a very extreme interpretation of any of the facts. But that's an example of something that you see people on the left having an ideological um, commitment to, based on this is a narrative that fits kind of a perspective that we want to push, whatever. But that's an example of, I mean, I agree with you that happened, but that's also something that you're seeing, that this is the perspective that leftists have. So it's kind of both ways, right? Um, right. That's an indication about a a necessity um, to have
it,
some
it
so to
it's
have some
basically
ideological
it's
commitment on the left. Do you see those kind of things like on the right as well?
I'm sure I could think of an example
Well, so
where
like okay, so like the big one, first off the top of my head is like um, election denial, whatever. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
well, the
Um,
election denial happens on both sides all the time, and I would say
well, wait,
some
wait.
might even say.
Wait, I don't think there's that many people on the left who said that Biden didn't win the election or cheated and we needed to
No.
overthrow
I'm saying like
anything.
when Hillary lost, there was this whole Russiagate thing for like years, and it turned out to be a big fat hoax. And
No, no, that was real.
um,
Tons of people got arrested and
it,
charged, right?
yeah, people got arrested, but did Trump lose his presidency?
No, and nobody said that he should, or nobody said like Hillary conceded
Okay,
the next
so
day, right? There was no,
the
there's no
thing is
January
that there
6th to
was
the left,
never
right?
there was
Wait,
never
so
enough interference. There was
wait,
never
wait.
enough interference
So I
involved.
just want to so the point of this talk was to try to say, hey, this is something that the left says about the right or the right says about the left. But
Yeah,
that's not
I
how I
think this
really
would be a
feel. Whatever,
bad
that's not how you really feel.
example.
I don't want to get into like us actually right. So right now we're actually having that argument of like, oh, the left is right or the right is right or whatever, right, and that's not the objective
Well,
of
that
this conversation.
this is I understand, but what I'm trying to say is that this specific example, like election interference or not accepting results of an election, I think that is something both sides are guilty of.
Well,
Therefore,
here,
we can't really
wait. So
parse
let's
differences between these two with this example
well,
because
so
it's
let's
something they
make this
both do in
the
my
uh-huh. So I was
yeah.
just saying, let's make this the actual, like, make the conversation we were going to have, right? So I would say I don't believe that um, that Trump stole the election using Russia, right? I don't believe that that happened, um,
Well, let's put that
right? And
let's
that's
refine that a little further. So what you
mhm.
don't believe is that the Russian interference was enough weight to put the thumb on the scale in order to cause Donald Trump to win the election. That's what you're saying.
I I honestly haven't even thought about it in that
Ooh.
way. So my commitment is there's no evidence that Russia changed votes. There is evidence that they influenced votes. Where those are, that will never contribute to the election was stolen. The question of how much interference in our election from Russia is an important one, but I would never make the statement Trump stole the election using Russian disinformation or something like that. I would never claim that the electoral system was structurally overthrown. I could say that there's
Okay.
evidence that there was some influence from Russia, but I've never saw it coming to that level. I never made the statement or believed in the statement or heard anybody from the left say the statement that Trump structurally stole the election. Maybe he had some kind of like back and forth with
Well,
some Russia or something
that's
to
not the
some
only.
degree. But I never believed in or made the statement or heard anyone on the left say that Trump like stole the election. That's not so. So that was the conversation. Is what do we
That
personally believe, right? That's the point.
Yeah, but that's not what I believe the left thinks,
No,
right? Like,
wait. That's exactly the conversation, right? So the question is, what do I believe about the right? That I want to hear what you, as somebody who has, I don't, I don't want to characterize either of
see,
us as being like
okay, I'm trying
essentially on the
to.
left or the right or whatever, right? We're kind of trying to step away from that, but just to describe, where we're coming in with whatever. You're somebody who
Uh,
is more sympathetic to maybe more right wing beliefs. I don't know, right? But I want to learn what you personally believe versus my stereotypes of somebody on the right.
mhm.
And I think it's probably useful for you to learn what is. I don't speak for the left, but somebody on the left. What do I believe compared to stereotypes? That's the right.
Uh-huh.
That's the conversation as I presented it. If you don't want to have that conversation, we can have a different conversation. But that's
No, yeah, no,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm having my trouble. I'm having trouble wrapping the way
Mm-hmm.
it's structured.
Mm-hmm. So like so so you have a I don't mean this in a pejorative stereotype, but you have an impression of people on the left believe this about Russian interference, right?
Oh well,
And
do you want
and I
to
and I want to
do,
share me as
uh,
somebody on the left. What do I because we're speaking to each other. That's like a useful thing that we can do. What do I personally
yeah.
believe on that topic as someone on the left? I don't believe that Russian interference was ever something I would characterize as Trump stole the election. I want to state that that's counter to maybe an
Uh-huh.
impression that you might have of leftists. I'm not even saying your impression of leftists, but just literally me as a leftist, I'm saying that. And I'm curious to hear from your perspective as someone who, again, my stereotyping brain is characterizing as like quote unquote on the right, that I have stereotypes of. I want to learn what do you really believe when it comes to whatever came, mail-in ballots, whatever election interference, any of those kinds of things, where my stereotype of right-wing people is that they believe that Biden stole the election from Trump, right? So I want to hear what you personally believe,
Uh-huh.
because I could look up polls, whatever, but I want to, like,
See
I'm
what you
talking to
mean.
another
Yeah,
person.
sure.
I want to hear what
Do you
your
want
actual
that example? Yeah. Do you want to go with
right.
that example first?
That's definitely a salient one. That's like a burning, kind of strong
Sure.
feeling that left and right whatever have about each other. That's a big one. Yeah, so we
Okay.
could definitely.
So let's say, for example, um, so as a leftist, so tell me if this is you or a leftist view
Hmm.
that the leftist thinks they think that the right thinks
Uh-huh.
believes that Biden himself, like he used a gang of cronies or something to steal the election from Trump, right? Is that your personal belief, or is that what you think is a character, like a cartoon character
Hmm.
characterization of what the left believes,
Yeah.
of the
So
right?
so to make it just to massage that very slightly, I would say that I believe that a significant. So let's say I don't know. Let me start modest. I don't know. 15% of people on the right believe that the Biden side or perhaps the deep state. So either some kind of like enduring
Well, those
political
are two very
machine
different
or
things, right?
well yeah, but I think people come at it in different ways, but I think my perspective is that people on the right believe that within the broad confines of like the establishment government as such or Biden's team, that some combination of those actors conspired and effectively carried out stealing the election from Trump. That it was like
Well, okay,
structurally stolen. That's
okay.
my
Now,
stereotype of right wing belief. So let me.
I
I
would
have a notepad
say
up,
that
so I'm going to write that down so we can see. And then I want to
I would
hear.
say that
Yeah.
those things are very those two things are very different in that one sounds a lot more kooky than the other. So
Um, which
like
versus.
the Biden, like himself basically being the master like puppeteer to kind of uh, disable Trump's election, like fair election or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. I would say that's the way more cartoonish, unrealistic view, like right wing view or version of what the right believes happened.
So am I getting this right that you would say that um, it would be silly for me to believe that people on the right believe that that
The
that
major
well that Biden or Biden's team or whatever stole the election, but maybe for me to believe that 15% of right wingers believe that the deep state stole the election from Trump is not silly. Am I
No, I
understanding what
think
you're
that's
saying?
so I'm going to tell you that all those beliefs exist on the right. However, the most sober and
Mm-hmm.
realistic views of what maybe happened like during the election is also a very large part of the what they truly believed happened, like
Mm-hmm.
on the right. And I think those, the most salient version, like, kind of the most, how do I say, the most well thought out, like well constructed version of election, a tampered with election or an irregular election.
Mm-hmm.
It also exists largely on the right, and it's very much a larger portion of the right than you would think, because you don't
Mm.
hear it a lot, like as reported from the left.
Yep.
You'll hear the ones you just gave me more than
Uh-huh.
you would hear the one I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
Right. So what is more commonly believed is kind of, like an amalgamation of several different factors all coming together to kind of, it's this compound effect that influenced the election in Joe Biden's direction, is what they believe. So, um,
Mm.
the most sane of us, who are more, right leaning,
Mm.
would say that it's actually, COVID policies had a lot to do with it. Um,
Oh,
you know the
interesting. Wait.
Yeah,
Biden's or Trump's COVID policies?
it wouldn't matter. It's just they influenced whatever influenced the election outcome to come out that way. It doesn't really matter if someone shot themselves in the foot or not. We're
Mm.
just trying to figure out what happened, right? So
Interesting. Okay.
so that
Mm.
part's not really important, but whatever policies influenced, and I don't think they were, um I mean, I would have to look in. I think they're state by state. I think each state had more control over what policies they influenced, or what policies they put into effect. That's
Mm.
why states like Florida and California were so vastly different in the same time. Um, but anyway, around the voting, um, regulations or whatever. I heard that in some areas, um, where they held voting had very strict, like COVID mandates, policies and stuff like that going on. There was also a lot of people voting by mail, like a record number that is not normal for a typical election. It's just kind of
Mm.
this amount of mail-in voting that happened during this type of, like, once in every 100-year event.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
A pandemic is
yeah,
going to be more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
right. So that kind of had a little bit of influence on it. Um,
Wait, so just to clarify, so
it could have.
that COVID policies influenced the election outcome to Biden. So I can
Well,
tell
they
you
might
as
have.
or might have, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just giving
yeah.
you. I'm just giving you like a
Hmm.
totality of the things that they basically add up all these things, and
Hmm.
they say, is there a probability that they all influence the direction in one direction or the other? It's not even something that's like, these COVID policies 100% decided, it's nothing like that.
Hmm.
It's more like, if we add up all these variables that are very, like, not typical to what
Hmm.
we would say is a normal election, um, that's the totality of kind of the theory, right? So this would
Hmm.
just be one thing.
So yeah, but I mean, just to
That plus,
yeah, well, just to
um,
sorry, just to butt in to kind of give my perspective on what I'm hearing, that I want to understand if I'm at the right level of thinking about this, because as a lefty, I can say I heard Trump kind of a little bit talking shit about mail-in voting, and it seemed like maybe more like proportionately more Biden voters voted by mail for Biden, and that could be, like you said, Trump maybe shooting himself in the foot. But that
sure.
I would say is influence. But I don't think that's like even not to say that any of these are necessarily conspiratorial, but I don't think that's like remotely conspiratorial. That's something I on the left can like, it's not like a difficulty for me to acknowledge that could have influenced the election 100%. But that's nothing like nefarious. That's just, politicians make choices, they make statements, and people vote based on those. That's like how democracy's like supposed to work, right? Or what am I missing about? Or am I thinking about this on the right level?
I don't know which policies were whose, so I can't really say whether or not Trump shot himself in the foot with.
But if he did shoot himself in the foot, then that's not like a problem. Like a politician missteps and they do poorly. Like that's okay, right? That's like a normal thing, right? Or am I missing something?
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay if a politician missteps and then they get fewer votes. That's like probably how things should happen.
A flop on it. It's just there's also, so let me tell you kind of where this feeling begins, I would say.
No, that's awesome. That's perfect. Yeah.
Please. I could tell you where it begins, and then we can go into where people start to look when they try to find like the answers for why none of this makes sense, right?
Right.
So
yeah,
it begins with Joe. The fact that everybody knows that Joe Biden is kind of like a career loser, like a failed runner for president over and over again. The guy just sucks. Like, people just don't get why he keeps trying, and then he goes to go from that to what, like 81 million votes out of nowhere. That seems a little weird. And the fact that, I think Andrew Schultz made this joke. He's like, hey, you got to give Trump props for that MAGA hat because, it sells. But, Joe Biden, he can't move any merch, I thought it was it's a funny joke. Like, yeah, Biden can't move any merch. Like I've never in my life seen anybody like on TV or in the street wearing like a Ride-In with Biden shirt. Like, how is this guy so popular?
Except maybe kind of ironically, like except maybe like ironically.
Maybe ironically or something like that. But like, how is this guy so popular? And it's just kind of like, this all seems really weird. Like, because Trump has these massive rallies where he fills, stadiums and stuff like that, and barely anyone showed up for Biden's inauguration. Like, where are all these people the 81 million voters? Like, they couldn't fill this place up. It's kind of weird. Is everyone this ashamed of voting for Biden that they all decided to stay home today? What is going on here? So that's kind of like, I would say that's a kind of where the feeling comes from, where you see a guy who's kind of this career loser politically, and he's just kind of hanging out for 40 years, and finally he gets something by becoming Barack Obama's vice president, and then doesn't make. Didn't he run in the primary against Hillary in 2016? I can't remember if he did.
I can't.
Did he throw his hat in the race then?
No, 2016. I don't.
2016, right?
I can't.
The 2016
recall.
race?
I don't. Did he? Let me see. I genuinely can't remember.
I remember he.
No, he didn't enter. He says that he regrets.
He didn't.
Not.
Okay. But I know he's had other times where he tried running for president. But anyway, people they see this guy, and it just doesn't seem to add up, right? Like, to get the most, and Trump, he got he got like the second most votes or something like that. Like, he had a staggering amount. I think Trump lost with more votes than he won by, right? In 2016.
Wait,
I think that was
say that again.
I think one of the stats they reported was that when Trump lost in 2020, he actually had more votes than he had in 2016 when he won the
On like
office.
the total popular vote,
Or
he
I
had.
think, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Is that something that like
That's interesting.
people feel is
They
it
look at that and they say, "Whoa!" So that's they say, "Well, it makes perfect sense, right?" Because of course more people voted for Trump this
uh-huh.
time, and the reason why they stopped why the voting took so much longer this time was they had to make up that many more extra votes to beat Trump since Trump had so many more votes this time around. They
Hmm.
had to get up to like that 81 million mark or however many he needed to win and then so yeah, like they see those two things and then they can kind of like get this feeling like okay, everything kind of correlates. Therefore, there must be
Hmm.
some type of conspiracy or something fishy is going on here,
Mm-hmm.
right? I remember it I remember that time where the vote was taking a really long time to come in. And I just remember thinking there's something very fishy about all this.
Hmm.
Like nothing I wasn't getting any news. I wasn't being fed anything through any pipeline or anything like that. I was just my gut reaction, just feeling of an understanding of the situation at the time felt very like weird, like something weird was going on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how come we don't know who's the president by now? You know? And
Mm.
I kind of understand that maybe like the mail-in votes take a lot more time to count or whatever,
Right.
and that they just had like a ton more to count. But it's just I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely another factor that I believe played a huge part in people rightfully believing that the what you may want to call the deep state or kind of the unelected
Uh-huh.
uh, upper class of society kind of putting their thumb on the weight was the censoring of the Hunter Biden laptop story. Um, when they pulled it from Twitter and Facebook, and the FBI said, "Hey, wink, wink. We think another Russian disinformation thing is going to come down the pipeline. Watch out for it."
Mm-hmm.
And then, in comes this Biden laptop story, and they decide to nuke it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that is something where it's kind of like there's no, I mean, whether or not the FBI had anything to do with it, even if it was just the free choice of the platform, that is a huge unelected official kind of, whether you want to believe it or not,
Mm-hmm.
putting their thumb on the scale for Biden by not allowing that story to, be free.
Mm-hmm. And that's, I mean, is that,
Um,
yeah, I guess, how many of these things are things that you, you personally felt or believed or were just kind of like,
well, I
kind
thought
of
that was
sussed out by,
bullshit.
or like,
I thought censoring that
okay.
story was bullshit.
Mm-hmm. But do you think
Yeah.
that that was like, I guess, okay, here's I guess kind of my confusion for looking for trying to understand this perspective, because I see that we've basically ceded over political political campaigns to kind of whoever has the most money. We've made it possible and legal for dark PACs. You put money in, campaign spending, advertising spending comes out. Different news sources can report in different ways on different people. There's always different forces pushing for one person or another to win. And I absolutely saw when it came to 2016 election, um, with Bernie, that it seemed like the Democratic establishment, in terms of like the Democratic Party for the primary, put all of its electoral votes immediately for Hillary, even though I think maybe I heard it's typical for them to wait until later on in the process or something like that. They immediately all put the votes for for Hillary, and that was like, hey, wait a minute, this is not really the political party playing fair. I thought that was like an issue with the establishment, and that's kind of bullshit, and that's a form of interference. But I didn't see that as like, I saw that as like a symptom of kind of like a broader, we've let our, our political parties basically dictate this process at a level that is like not, this shouldn't be, this is like too much consolidated power of a political party. This is ridiculous, right? This is moving away from our kind of constitutional like idea of how elections should be run. But I didn't see that as like, it's like, okay, it's kind of a conspiracy, but it's also like, this is who they think is better for corporate interests. This is who they think maybe more likely to win. It's kind of like corporate establishment Democrats being corporate Democrat establishments. But I didn't think that that there was like some, I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's like different ways that we even observe things as like nefarious or not nefarious, or like this is something that is like a new thing that formed to defeat a particular person at a particular time, or this is just kind of the system overall, and it's not like so hyper partisan, I guess. I guess that's my question: is how
do you feel like that? Do you feel like they didn't treat Bernie fairly, and that kneecapping Bernie in order to push Hillary forward wasn't a better strategic move to ensure victory for the Democrats?
I think it's kind of on edge. I think that at an establishment like, corporate donor level, I think Hillary looked a lot better than Bernie, because Bernie was maybe going to shake more stuff up, whatever, right? He had a lot more kind of socialist rhetoric. Maybe he was going to raise taxes on different people, whatever. So there was an incentive for them to just not want him generally. And then when it came to electability, that was also
an easy way to smear him too, if you're his opponent.
Yeah, but when it comes to electability, I think it's plausible, like very, very plausible, not even like kind of at a conspiracy level, that, Democratic Party establishment saw Hillary as like a better general election bet. So the idea for me that they sabotaged themselves, winning, and like wanted Trump to win or something like that, or just were willing to tank the whole election to not have Bernie in, I don't really see that as being necessary for them to have made the actions they did.
You know what I think I thought that was at the time?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was the first failure of DEI, because they just wanted a woman so badly that shot themselves in the foot.
I don't know how serious you're being when you say that.
I might be a little tongue in cheek there, but
no, I mean, I know you're at least a little tongue in cheek, but I'm not sure how far into your cheek your tongue is going.
I believe to some extent they really did try to push that, we want a woman president, and it's got to be Hillary.
There got to be Hillary
than Hillary to do it right now.
I mean, the got to be Hillary makes sense. Like she's political establishment. She's been in politics for a long time. She's been everywhere, right? So it's not like she's been in tons of cabinets.
Those are the only they didn't think about her electability. They thought about all those factors, and they kind of left out electability completely. And then,
well, she won. I mean, she won the popular vote, so she did okay. But I think so. So that's why I see this as more of like more stupidity and ignorance than like malevolence, because the people running Hillary's campaign seemed so like lazy and uncompetent when it came to how to actually like get her to victory, that I see the Democratic establishment as having the same kind of brain rot that made them lean so hard into Hillary versus Bernie. A kind of lack of imagination, a kind of like lack of pulse to the ground, a kind of like, I mean, I don't even disagree with even calling it a kind of like elite's view or establishment view of politics. but for me, it doesn't feel like I'm saying anything radical. It doesn't feel like, um,
Well, do you think? I mean, let's maybe we could play. I could play devil's advocate here.
mm-hmm, yeah,
Maybe let's say I could represent the Democratic establishment
oh,
of
uh huh,
2016, right? So
yeah,
like, I got, like you said, so the results showed that she had a very good popular
mm-hmm,
vote outcome, right?
yeah.
Do you think that popular vote out would have been the same for Bernie or better?
I don't know. And if there's one thing that the Bernie side overestimated is how much the very active young people who are going to his rallies, whatever, lots of people are showing up, would actually vote, which is, I think they
Right.
undervoted. And so that was a new kind of fiery, or it's not new, but a newly going for president candidate who's kind of like moving suddenly up to the forefront and a little bit fiery,
Yeah.
talk about shaking things up, a huge amount of this kind of exciting support. I mean, there were so many like I think
Yeah.
the Strokes played at like a Bernie rally, like really kind of this energetic whatever, and at the same time it kind of like in some ways fizzled out in terms of living up to what that was. So that's
That
why. Yeah,
section
yeah,
of
yeah. Go
those
ahead.
those people who you're talking about, who Bernie really needed votes from, they were never going to get big enough to outnumber the older Democrats who
Mm-hmm.
just know who Hillary is and are more, more aligned with Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're older. If they're like a boomer Democrat, they're going to be a little more conservative, which is what Hillary is compared to
Mm-hmm.
Bernie.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
so it just seemed natural that it would go that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. It's like I don't love that this is going in this direction. I don't love that the establishment is the establishment, but also it's not surprising that the establishment is the establishment. Like it's one of those
Yeah.
things where it's like there's a conspiracy in the sense that like I don't believe that the Democratic Party as a like corporate entity should have this much power over elections, but it's also there's nothing even really like shadowy. It's like super straightforward in terms of what they did. It's very expected.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing really like dark. It's lack of transparency for sure, but it's like a known lack of transparency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean that's kind of a lot different. That's more of like a strategic what's the best what's in our best interest type of
Mm-hmm.
move versus, what happened with the, censoring of the Hunter Biden laptop story is kind of a much more different thing where it just seems like to many people can look at that and say, "Hey, that seems like bullshit." And
Mm.
many people like agree that I think they even did a poll on this that they would not have voted for Biden had they had known that story had,
Interesting.
been left out for them to read. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you might have heard that by
No, no,
now. Yeah, there's
no. I know that that's a
yeah.
thing, but like, is there something shadowy that you see in that? So let's say, so I
It's
think
not
like
just the dick pics.
um, yeah. So I know the dick pics were taken down as like hacked materials, whatever.
Yeah, that's
Um, that was, or that was Twitter's official, whatever. But let's say that Twitter, let's say that like the most conspiratorial side of this, whatever, either Twitter had a political bias, or the FBI pressured Twitter to take it down, or something like that. Is that something that you would see as like an abnormal level of shadiness, or is that like establishment being establishment?
I would say it's abnormal because I can't find any other example of that happening, going at the other side.
Interesting. Is that is
It,
that
it
what you
seems
would
very
need to
it
see?
seems like a very unique,
Yeah.
to hide a story that big
Mm-hmm.
and then just let it all come out later, like wait long enough so that it doesn't matter to the election,
Mm-hmm.
and then say, oh, we did an oopsie, it's all true, it turns out this whole thing is true.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like bullshit to me.
Um, yeah,
If you could,
People
I
Extremes
can't
talking about
find
this.
it.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I can't find
so
another.
if it was, so let's say, so I mean, those are fundamentally, I guess, two different situations, right? If the FBI somehow made them, that would be different than if Twitter decided to do it. That would be a company with like political bias or whatever, right? Or maybe there was some other reason, but they decided to do it on their own. Versus if they were
Yeah,
somehow
well, they
forced
tried to
by the federal
find a
government.
safe way to do it. They without it looking like exactly what they were doing, which was censoring a story,
Mm-hmm.
which is a violation of your First Amendment.
Well,
So
no,
they tried
no.
to set it up so that it looked like a valid use of that censorship.
Well, wait. So only if the FBI like made them do it, right? But if
They
Twitter
no,
just
they
did
not
it,
make them
then
do
that
it.
has nothing to do with First
That's not
Amendment,
what.
right?
No. That not nobody made them do it. The FBI comes to you and
Mm-hmm.
says, "Hey, we hear that there's going to be a big drop of misinformation coming from,
Mm-hmm.
Russia, and it's going to try to attempt to interfere with the election.
Mm-hmm.
Be on the lookout for that."
Mm-hmm.
That's basically kind of like, wink, wink,
Mm-hmm.
like the next big political story you get, just put a note on it that it's going to be Russian misinformation bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So they said basically, okay, we got tipped off on this, and then boom, when they saw it coming, oh, Hunter Biden laptop, this got to be it. It's got to be this one. This is Russian information that's gonna, it's gonna. They could have. There could have been a very good like person at Facebook or Twitter or whatever who was just very naive, just
Mm-hmm.
thinking, oh, this is it. It's going to interfere with the
Mm-hmm.
election, and I'm a patriot. I don't want that to happen. So, I can't let this happen.
Mm-hmm.
They could have had like the best intentions in the
Yeah.
world, and they still would have been misled by the FBI coming and basically giving them this tip.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it all seems very nefarious to me, and it had an effect on the election that I believe it changed the absolute outcome of it, in my
Uh-huh.
opinion.
But yes, so that's um so if a member of the federal government has some communication with a social media company, and the social media company changes, what stories do or don't come out or whatever in some way that influences the election. Let's say, even if that isn't substantive enough to swing it like all the way. So let's say, right, like, if that happens to some degree, that's a kind of interference that I think is bad. Would you say at the same time if a foreign government, so this is going back to, right, the Russian interference, if it was, it seemed like there was a ton of Russian bots for whatever, not even saying they're connected to any candidate. Let's say that was totally, just coming from Russia, that they influenced, that was more, I guess, like on Facebook than maybe Twitter as well. But I think Facebook was like the main place where that was taking place. If a foreign government is interfering, that's also bad, right? Neither the federal government or a foreign power should be influencing the election to any degree. If it's a negligible degree, I guess you don't, it's kind of less of a deal. But any degree is bad, right?
The huge difference from me is that it is 10 times worse if it comes from internally, if it's us doing it.
Yeah,
it is understandable when a foreign power does it.
Yeah, it's understandable, but not acceptable.
I understand. I agree. It's bad for both to be doing it, but it is much, much worse.
No, I think it's worse if it's internal. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because what kind of system are we living in if that's what's happening?
It's the same thing when when people in the government say, oh, this piece of software or phone, or I had a Huawei phone, right? And they're saying like, oh, maybe there's spyware for China. And I'm like, the Patriot Act exists. My government can arrest me. China can't. Like, I don't care as much if they spy on me as if my own government spies on me, right? That's the
Right.
same
Right.
principle. Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
So I'm with you. I'm with you
Both
there
are
100%.
bad.
What's up?
Both are undesirable.
Both are undesirable.
But
I don't want anybody
yeah,
spying on me, but
but
like, yeah,
yeah.
local, here is worse, for sure. Than like, yeah, agreed with
Right.
that.
So we
Mm-hmm.
agree that when it's coming from our own government, we should be a lot more worried than
Mm-hmm.
if it's coming from outside, because there's always a low level amount of election interference coming from foreign governments every election that we have. It's expected, but it's almost never enough to push the election in one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's expected to happen. What's unexpected is that type of
Mm-hmm.
internal manipulation, and that internal manipulation actually has huge effects on the outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm much more worried about, and that's what a lot of people are a lot more worried about, is these unelected officials having such huge control over our elections. It makes us feel like we have lost control of the democratic part of
Mm-hmm.
the democratic republic that we live in.
Yep. Okay, so that's something that you would say is more of like a deep state action than a like Biden, whatever.
Deep state sounds like too, yeah, but even that sounds a little too like spooky for me.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay. It's
actually that.
what's like a
I don't
more.
view it to be that big of a conspiracy because
Mm-hmm.
it's all out there for everyone to see. Facebook isn't like the deep state, or Twitter's not the deep state or anything like that. They just had a lot of these unelected officials that happen to have a lot more power than we gave them credit for. Where
Okay.
I get it that
Huh.
a lot of these things are kind of new to us, like these technologies, and we're just now kind of grasping how much reach and power these platforms have.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we just weren't taking that into account
Mm-hmm.
until it was a little too late.
Interesting. So the focus is really more on these social media platforms as such and their ability to like very very quickly and very very broadly spread an ideological viewpoint or perspective that
or
can
block or block
or
ideological
block, yeah,
viewpoints.
yeah. Either either filter or promote in either direction,
Right.
a perspective that can impact among other
Yeah.
things an election. It can impact cultural whatever, top to bottom.
Yeah. And the
But
thing
it's an
that
issue with the platforms almost more themselves, their ability to do this, their the way that they've shown themselves to not have integrity in terms of um, treating, I don't know, some kind of testament to the truth or free expression or something like that. That's like more of an issue.
that what is that
That
yeah that
yeah.
they're more, they don't value, it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
the same problem with the media. See, so it's kind of like these two forces are working hand in hand. It's like the social media and the mainstream media are pushing very heavily left. It's actually
Interesting.
kind of, it kind of amazes me that they're having such a hard time winning. It should seem like a very easy time having this much control, over these unelected kind of bodies of power that exist within our society.
So here's the question. So this is where I have a very different perspective, and I'm curious if you're open to considering: is it possible that the left, and I guess we can dig more into how that breaks down, because from my perspective as somebody on quote unquote on the left, I see like drastic, like opposed, like utterly opposed sections within what could be broadly the left at like opposite aims within quote unquote the left. But are you open to the perspective that maybe the left doesn't control the social media landscape in the way that that you're saying, they should be winning more if they do control? Is it
A lot's
possible?
changed.
Hmm.
A lot's changed since like ever since Elon Musk took over Twitter. Twitter is vastly different than what it
Mm.
was.
Hmm.
Um, as far as like what you can do and say, it's
Hmm.
they're trying to be more pro free speech, and that's the whole reason he bought Twitter was that he saw this being a problem with Twitter, was
Well.
that they were very large
Hmm.
and that they were heavily censoring one political side
Uh-huh.
and they were loudly amplifying the other side. And so that's this is all it's all self-evident. The changes are all self-evidence of the problems that were plaguing these companies, right? So, or this one
So
in particular.
so if you're
So
asking me, is that self-evident? To me, it's not
no,
self-evident.
I'm
Yeah.
well, let me allow me to paint
Oh,
the
please,
picture
please,
to
yeah,
you why.
yeah. Hmm.
So in the beginning, the way this all kicked off initially was Tim Pool was investigating
Mm.
Twitter, and he started investigating. Hey, you know what? These guys, we're starting to notice that the right-leaning figures are being heavily, more banned and censored and shadow banned than left-leaning people.
Hmm.
And according to the TOS, there are a lot of left-leaning people who should be banned that are not getting banned
Oh,
for the
interesting.
same reason that the right-leaning people are. And so he found this all to be kind of interesting, and he kind of compiled a list of people who are banned, and a list of people who are politically on one side versus the other who are banned, and
Hmm.
the numbers weren't even close. It seemed like they were very intentionally censoring one side or over the other, and he thought it to be really strange, seeing as there were people equally violating the TOS. And
So,
so
yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. Go
he
ahead.
goes on Joe Rogan.
Hmm.
I'm just giving you a quick
Sure, yeah.
timeline. Like
Hmm.
he goes on Joe Rogan and he brings these findings to Joe Rogan. He goes, "Here's what's going on." Joe Rogan's like, "Holy fuck, what the fuck is going on? What is this all true? Is it?" And then Joe Rogan's people get in touch with Jack Dorsey
Mm.
and Vijaya God, which is like the head attorney at Twitter, and brings both Jack and Vijaya on the show, and brings Tim Pool on the show, and they go over this long conversation that did not go well. It didn't look well for Twitter.
Mm.
Tim held their feet to the fire, and a lot of the answers that they gave were very wishy-washy or unsatisfactory, or just did not um, they're just kind of like hand waving and swept under the rug. Like,
Mm.
oh, well, if that's happening, I guess we'll look into it and see if that's true or whatever. Like
Hmm.
it didn't go well. That kind of is what blew it up, and so many people saw that to where it kind of became this big expose, right? Like of Twitter, which is like, okay, they are obviously very politically biased toward the left, and that is going to influence our elections in a ways that we haven't seen before, and we should all
Mm.
worry about this, right? And then that whole history is the reason why we are where we are today with Elon Musk owning Twitter.
Hmm.
He bought Twitter for the reason of, it worries me that this is happening, that we have a platform this large that is biased in one direction politically,
Hmm.
and we shouldn't have that. So, and that's his reason for being the owner now.
Hmm. Interesting. So, yeah, so I'm trying to think of where to bring the conversation now, because um, I guess the first question is just, are you aware that these each step, so every piece along the way, where what you've described is, I don't know if this is something that you see as like, this is just inarguably obviously the case, or this is like my perspective about how things went. I guess that's the first question.
So I'm like, to you, is any of this, as far as like the election interference,
Mm-hmm.
Conspiracy, let's say, does
Mm-hmm.
this shed any new light or a different perspective than the one you previously knew?
I don't think so. No. Um,
No, so you never heard any of these reasons before?
no. So nothing new. Your timeline was very concise and very good, and that's helpful. Connecting those specific events as being like this is how this fits together. But I don't think any of these pieces are things that I haven't heard before. Yeah, heard before or seen.
I mean,
Some of this stuff
are
happening in real
like,
time.
because you gave me two different ones in the beginning. You said, do you think, is it that Biden controlled the election, like him and a group of henchmen did it,
Mm-hmm.
or the deep state did it?
Mm-hmm.
And those were kind of the only two that you threw at me, but I believed it was really kind of more this third
It's more
option,
it's
which
more
was
social media companies themselves.
combined with the difference in how the elections were run due to COVID policies.
Interesting. Just
Um,
I'm so curious. How does
and I
that?
heard voting machines were used. I don't know if I like. I think not using paper ballots is a bad idea.
Hmm.
I don't think using a voting machine to tally up votes and stuff like that. I feel like that
Well, wait.
is
They
opening a
still wait. They use machines to tally paper votes, and they've done that for a long time.
sure, that's fine.
Yeah,
That
yeah, yeah.
that's well, I don't know. I think they should also be hand counted. Like, I don't know, like
Hmm.
when you throw machinery in there, that's like all you're already throwing in kind of like this extra component
But you were saying that
that
it was suspect that it took a long time to count as well. So wouldn't it be more suspect if they did it by hand and then it took longer?
well, I don't know if that's the reason why it took longer. That's the suspect part.
Huh. Okay. Um.
Like they could have been manufacturing more votes and they needed them the extra time. That's like a belief
Wait. So okay.
that is
Wait.
held.
But this is a whole.
Yeah.
This is a whole different. Wait. So you're talking about somebody
I'm just giving you
manufacturing
kind of
votes. Is
I'm
that
just giving you like the range of beliefs when it comes
okay?
to
Well,
this.
where do
Yeah.
you stand? I guess that's the because I've heard
Oh,
all
you
of
want
these
to
things
know where
out
I
there, but
personally.
where do you personally? Because that's the point of this conversation is to
Okay,
say
yeah.
like
I
yeah.
believe definitely I don't think there were any huge like shadowy things going on, but
Mm-hmm.
I do think that like the censoring, like the Hunter Biden laptop story getting censored, I think
Mm-hmm.
that had a huge effect. That is definitely real, and
Mm-hmm.
according to a lot of polls, there's a large enough number of Democrats who would not have voted for Joe Biden had they had gotten to see that story before the election.
Mm-hmm.
So just based on that alone, I think is enough for me to be like, okay, I believe there was some tampering with the election that was just kind of unfair. Um,
Mm.
yeah,
And it's and to point out the unfairness. So obviously, if the FBI, so if the FBI lets them know something that's true, that's probably not that bad. If they pressure Twitter to politically manipulate stories or something, obviously that's bad. If Twitter itself, like totally internally, if they decide in a very neutral way that this is against TOS, then that's okay. But if they decide for any kind of let's say they didn't even do it out of political reason, but they said, "Oh, we don't want to inflame the American public" or something like that. That would be bad, right? For whatever reason, they're like, "I don't think this story would be like." It's not. It's not that we think it's factually wrong, but we think that it'll kind of hurt society for this to come out. I don't. I don't want
it's
that to
just
happen. That's bad. But
so
that's
there's something that
a
we're
media
missing.
company. Well, sorry. Just to finish,
Yes,
that's a media
I feel like I know
company.
what you're going to say.
Well, that's a media company doing that. How do you see that as fundamentally distinct from, CNN or Fox News or whatever, of course, are pushing a partisan message? Is it because Twitter says that they're not partisan or because they're social media or Yeah. So I just threw a ton at you, but yeah, feel free to, respond
That's
to
the
any of it.
so if it were that Twitter just decided to do this on its own, that
Hmm.
would be different than if the
Hmm.
FBI had anything to do with it.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But the
Is that
question
what you're
is,
asking?
let's say that they did it on their own. Um, you see that as bad, and I'm not.
You mean if they did
Or
that on their own with
yeah.
no FBI
So first of
listening
all,
to
would
them
you
at
see
all?
that as still bad? And if well, okay. Let me think of some more clear language to use for this, right? Because like bad and good things can be bad and legal. Things can be good and illegal or whatever, right? Or against norms or for norms. I think it's bad if any media company censors stories that are not like false or whatever, right? I think in any circumstance they do that, but it's just a fact that lots of media companies are very partisan, right? And
Right.
if like one media company or another reports it a certain way that's partisan, I don't think that's good, but it's not it's not like capital nefarious, right? It's kind of like status quo, right? Which could status quo could be nefarious. I'm a lefty, I think that, but like it's not shadowy. It's like okay. So that's the question is like, is it still
Okay.
bad, and why, I guess, or what kind of bad is it?
So you're asking if Twitter does something. So you're
Mm-hmm.
asking what were my problems with the Twitter before when they were heavily censoring one side over the other,
Um,
like
so
as
so
that being an example, or do you mean them censoring this story if they just decide that on their
mhm.
own? You're asking what I think about that.
Yeah, so let's say, so I know that you would think that it's bad, and again I make the blanket statement that any media outlet anywhere censoring
Sure.
any story I think is bad,
Sure.
but it's like par for the course, right? If Trump doesn't do well in a poll, Fox News isn't going to report about it. If Trump does well in
Uh-huh.
a poll, well, they may or may not report about it if depending if they want to be sensationalist or whatever. But it's like
So,
media companies will have
okay,
bias.
I
But
understand
why
what
is
you're
this like
asking.
a
So the
special
thing
kind
is
of?
that when this is why they kind of got dragged into Congress and were being,
Mm-hmm.
or had to be asked these questions, right? Like, what
Mm-hmm.
are you? Are you a publisher or are you a platform?
Yep.
Because if you're, that's the key difference here,
Mm-hmm.
right? Between who we would say are the left and right wing media versus what Twitter is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That they're
Yeah.
they're they're
So
claiming to be a
that would be
platform
the
and
key
therefore
distinction
they're
for me.
yeah. Okay. So it's more along like they're violating what category of thing that they're supposed to be. They're claiming to be a town square, which shields them from prosecution based on misinformation that they or content that they host. Or it could be even like illegal content or something. They're not personally liable or institutionally liable for somebody else posting, let's say, even like illegal content on their site, as
That's
long as they have
supposed to
some
be the
degree of
case. Yeah.
moderation, whatever, because they say we're just a platform, we're not a publisher. You can't come after us for something that our users post. But and I
Yeah.
and I
They're
and I
having their
broadly
cake and
agree
eating
that
it
if
too.
they're politically so, I think this is where if we want to get into this topic at like a factual rather than perspective level, I guess is the best way I can say that right now. Um, then it would come down to whether they're incidentally non neutral in terms of like equal numbers of or equal proportions or whatever of censored users in different political camps, however you define that. It would if they're doing that incidentally, then obviously that's fine. If they're doing it targeted way, then that would be violating them being a platform, right? So the thing that came out with, they were actually, I know at one point Twitter, back when it was Twitter, was talking about that they were concerned about censoring, or not censoring, like banning accounts based on like hate speech or violent threats or different things like this, because they were worried about it impacting right-leaning people more. So there's an incidental correlation between, sounding like an extremist or terrorist group or whatever, and right-wing posters, and they were actually concerned about not wanting to crack down on that too much because it would have a political bias. But if it were the case that right-wing people just made more death threats or whatever, then the fact that more right-wing accounts are getting banned, or I don't know, shadow banned, or I'm not sure which different policies were happening at exactly different times.
Look into the post that they would cite the post that you were as the reason you were banned. So here's the post we banned you for, basically. Right.
So if they were doing that based on TOS, and it happened to be just empirically the case that right-wing people were getting caught by that TOS more than left-wing people, then that would be like, maybe you wouldn't like it, but that would be like fair due. They would still be within their category.
They just had it. It was very vaguely worded, so in a way to where you could just be biased, and there's no way they could like 100% like prove that you were, because according to the TOS, they would just say like hate speech. Okay, what is hate speech? Define it. They can't really define it. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Hello? Hey. Maybe later. Why? A little, like 30 minutes or something? Why? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll come in. I'll come in then. Oh, okay. All right. There you go.
Yeah, if you need to head out at any point, let me know. We can pick this up.
No, I'm gonna just they just let me know like dinner was ready, and I was like, well,
yeah.
No, I'm not gonna eat yet. I'll eat like in a while.
Okay, well, don't please don't defer too much on.
Don't worry about it. It's like rare that I get to finally sit down. Like usually when we talk, it's kind of like this rushed conversation, or I'm just kind of like in the car. I just kind of wanted to give us a chance to kind of talk without any kind of hard restraints or hard outs or anything like that. Unless you have any, that's fine. But I mean, like I'm trying to be more flexible. It's just kind of tough that family man life. It just that's what it'd be like that. But yeah, I think where were we?
So we were about. So I was noticing that.
Speech, like
I was noticing that we're
like
about to get into basically an empirical conversation on whether like right-wing people were saying more hateful things, or whether the TOS was like loose, and it was being there's enough kind of like
enforced.
There's enough like slop in the way it could be enforced, that they were using a loose TOS to kind of encode their left-wing bias to be biased about banning right-wing people, because it's kind of a loose whatever, that those would be different things, obviously. But for this conversation, I didn't really want to get too much into like, is the left wing or right wing kind of correct? I just wanted to get into like understanding what we actually, the things that we believe about each other are actually the things that we are, ourselves believe, that we're being viewed as to believe.
So you could try me. You could try test it on me. Like, what do you think I believe? That like, take a topic or take a belief, like a left-wing belief, and see if I believe a something that's like a caricature, a right-leaning caricature, or do I believe the actual, can I steel man the left wing?
Okay. Here's a good one, because this is kind of interesting one. Like, I think that a very large number of people who are more on the right believe that all people on the left support political correctness or censorship or George Carlin called like soft language or whatever, right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that a lot of people on the right believe that everybody, that really like truly everybody on the left supports this.
Got it. Okay. So what what is actually true is that we can tell the left apart from the far left.
Hmm.
We can tell the leftists apart from the liberals.
Interesting. Okay, please, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So we understand who the liberals are. They're people more like Bill Clinton, Bill Maher, like more like
Mm-hmm.
a kind of like a standard liberal who they still believe in capitalism, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe with more guardrails around it. With maybe they believe in a little more uh, social spending.
Mm-hmm.
They still believe in things like border protection, your Second Amendment gun rights. They just believe that maybe we should allow a little more people, uh, or loosen kind of the restrictions around immigrating, or tighten restrictions around what type of firearms you can
Mm-hmm.
own. So it's kind of like a nerfed, um, kind of like
Nerfed. Nerfed left.
yeah, like a nerfed Republican is kind
Oh,
of like
uh-huh. Oh,
that's
interesting.
kind of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We would kind of like see it like, that's what more like a liberal is,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like
Am
they
I
still have, yeah, like they could disagree with something that the far left would call hate speech, but
mm,
they would still allow it because free speech is like the
mm-hmm.
core of liberalism. So what the liberal understands is that you cannot get rid of things that are the cores, the core of liberalism, because if you
Yeah.
lose that, then you don't have liberalism. So basically, we understand the difference between the liberals and the leftists. So we know
Interesting.
who to hold account for what.
Okay, this is actually perfect because this is
Mm.
um, for me. I would say okay. So first of all, question: when you say nerf Republican, my stereotype of conservative people or right wing people is that they would much prefer to say cucked Republican. That would be more fun to say. Feels like a little bit more on the money than like nerfed Republican. Feels kind of like a cucked
Cucked
way of saying
Republican.
that. Cucked Republican feels like a better description for liberal. Is that stereotype accurate? Am I a little bit on the money?
Yeah, if you, I don't really like. That's kind of, that's one way of putting it. I've never heard that before, but that's kind of funny. Um, that's kind of, I understand that the far, like the leftists hate the liberals a lot more today. They
Mm.
view them as kind of like a common enemy. Like I've heard this being said about like Destiny before. Like he's not
Oh
our
sure.
ally.
Uh huh. Yeah, yeah,
He's not our ally. He's not a leftist. He's a liberal.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't trust this here comes another, liberal talking point or whatever. Like
Mm-hmm.
like, so we understand the leftists in that they do not consider themselves liberals in a lot of the ways the liberals do.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of have that understanding. And another thing that we believe is that the liberals are kind of being held hostage by the leftists.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that you need to get that vote from them, so they will kind of bend the knee to the leftist in some ways in order to just
Mm-hmm.
like ensure their support. Um, so they'll kind of like, okay, we want a lot of our agendas, and if we got to give you, break you off a few just so that we get into power, well, I guess that's a game we got to play. So
Mm-hmm.
like Joe Biden, crime bill Biden, we know he's not the furthest left Like,
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
listen, we
interesting.
can.
Because that's like I just want to say that's the kind of thing that like I know for a fact in my heart this can't be indicative of what every conservative right wing person whatever actually believes. But what I hear
Yeah,
is over and over and over again, people on the right saying um, Biden is a socialist. He's a communist. He's the furthest left wing thing possible. Oh yes, he's like
yeah.
the most left wing thing ever possible.
Yeah, you'll notice you'll not hear any right-leaning people say that about him, right?
No, no,
Like,
no, no. I hear that all of the time. I hear that
you
constantly.
do.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, that's funny because they must not know very much, so
Okay. Oh, interesting.
you,
Okay. Okay. Agreed. No, no, because I think what you're doing is like a very fair like reading of like, okay, this is like you see some rift between liberals and leftists, between um,
also
more
between the
moderate
far right
liberals or
and the
whatever.
right.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
I think your analysis
Yeah.
has like a lot more nuance than that. So yeah, so it's awesome to hear that. I think what's really interesting from my perspective as a left wing person is that a fixation on let me see. So, what you're describing as a rift between liberal and leftist, I would say I agree with, but in the opposite direction. And let me explain.
How so?
So,
Uh-huh.
where I would
Interesting.
say that a true left position is looking at power dynamics of different groups of people, the way that interacts, the way that corporations build power, the way that political groups build power, the ways that collections of workers have created power in the form of unions, the ways that unions have been destroyed, the ways that left-wing movements that have been kind of community organizing of groups of people coming together and building some kind of grassroots power that has an ability, at least if not to challenge, then to speak out against consolidations of power that are against kind of everyday people. That for me as a leftist, the obsession with did you call somebody a name? Did you call somebody a bad word? Were you speaking in a way that
So that's hate
sounds
speech.
crass?
Yeah.
That for me as a leftist, that's a liberal obsession that leftists eschew and don't focus on and don't put all this weight on as this thing. We recognize like, yeah, it's nice to not be a dick. Like that's, when you're talking to somebody, it's nice not to slur them, like unless you're kind of like close like that, or you're trying to get close like that and you're testing the waters or whatever, right? But that
Yeah, well,
obsession,
I mean, it should be okay if you don't like somebody too.
it should be okay if you don't like. So even if you don't like somebody, it's not great to slur them because that creates like animosity at a level that they're likely to strike back
But
at you. It's kind of
animosity is already there. That's what I'm saying. If there's animosity already there and they feel like slurring them, then sure, go ahead. Like if hey, you fucked my wife or something like that. It's kind of
oh,
like
sure. I was talking more in like class dynamics than like the working class versus the billionaire class than like
I see what you mean.
like a more
Okay.
like a but at an interpersonal level, it's like not good to so okay. So here's the thing. It's like if somebody fucked your wife and they're like and they're fat, at a personal level, if you're just trying to cut them down, make fun of their weight or whatever. But if you're trying to be like somebody who is like a role model to others, then like or even okay, because it could even be let's try to choose like an even more if somebody is like black or white or something, if you want to tear them down personally. If they really, really, messed with you, like it's not nice to do that. That's not how I like to handle my interpersonal interactions, but I understand being angry and like coming at somebody with some way that you think you can hurt them. That's very understandable.
Yeah.
That's not like, that's like a mean, maybe shitty thing to do, but it's not like it's not
Yeah.
a right.
Yeah.
But if I'm trying to be a role model, I want to attack them for something that's irrelevant to the thing that they did to me, the thing that's bad, right? I would call them a, I don't know, whatever, some dipshit, some piece of shit who has no respect for the sanctity of marriage or whatever. That's the thing that they did. They're an asshole. They're whatever, right? It depends how close I am to them. If they're a stranger, then it's like, well, fuck you, but whatever. If they were like, my close friend, I'd be like, this is a betrayal on top of a betrayal, whatever. So more vitriol, right? But for me as a leftist, getting caught up in like literally just like how people interacted at an interpersonal level. If you said slurs to each other, if a 12-year-old was singing along to a song and sang some rap lyrics, like it's really just not a consequential thing that's worth spending really almost any time on, unless you're in that community, these people personally, you're trying to mediate a conflict. Otherwise, like, this is just not even worth talking about because corporations control a lot. The government still has the Patriot Act. Like, there's things worth focusing on that isn't this bullshit, right? So the kind of like civility politics, to me, that's a liberal disease. That's not something that's true leftism. And here's the thing. Each of these things that have become like a kind of like a cultural touchstone. So identity politics, right? What people understand as the meaning is you can only have a real opinion on something if you're part of the right group, right? That's like the boiled down kind of meaning, whatever.
Yeah.
Identity politics, as it was coined by the left-wing collective of people who wrote about this, was basically saying that when you're opting in, just by definition, to some kind of movement, there's probably something like about that you relate to that's meaningful for you. Nobody just goes out and protests something that they literally like don't even slightly care about. Like everybody has like if you're doing some shit, you probably have some connection to it, and there's different things in people's identities that they connect to in different political ways. It's just a recognition of that's like everybody cares about different stuff. Usually people have some kind of personal connection to fights that they're taking part in. But it became this kind of thing where it's like this policing of who can have what opinions or speak out on different things. To me, again, that's a kind of liberal obsession with this very shallow notion of identities. Versus from a leftist perspective, it's like there are communities of people. Sometimes people talk about like it's a much more. I can find you the actual document where they literally describe this thing that they call identity politics, and it becomes bastardized in the same way that woke used to mean like, hey, look out, people in power don't always have your interests. Keep your eyes open, right? That's like a very like just smart thing that like thoughtful people should have in their mind, right? But it became this thing where it's like you should police people's language or something, right? That's what like woke means now, right? Or it's like or this whole constellation of like bullshit.
Well, so what I see woke as, or what it's turned into, is kind of like it's kind of like a very anti-Western civilization, very anti-white, very anti-cis, very anti-Christian type of movement. Yeah.
It's literally it's like recognizing, it's like here's some attributes of groups that have had power and have done bad things in the past. And it's not dumb to recognize, to like literally know things about history. But here's what a leftist perspective is. A leftist perspective is Kwame Ture. I'm trying to remember his birth name now. Somebody will remember. Kwame Ture being who did let me just get this history right so I don't Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture was basically like hounded by the FBI, cops everything for the crime of effectively organizing black and white workers together, because he looked at the things that were meaningfully the same in terms of we've all got the same shit jobs, fighting against employers who don't give a shit about us and are trying to ground our wages down to nothing, because of course they are. Like, that's a bottom line. They don't want to spend it. There's no reason why they wouldn't, but obviously we have to push back on that. Like, that's insane, right? And for reaching across race lines, that was the thing that made him a target. To me, that's true leftism, is recognizing that this kind of like bullshit around these like innate attributes or kind of social classes, whatever, are just not the thing worth focusing on. It's about worth looking at power relations, how we can form people together to fight for pretty much everybody's self-interests against, things like corporations. I think it's okay to fight for working people to fight against corporations. Obviously, when you're talking about like majorities fighting against other groups, I don't think, for instance, that, say, the majority of people grouping together to fight against the interests of like Jewish people or something is legitimate, right? So I want to be clear that it kind of depends, what group you're organizing against. But, treating like corporations or billionaires as like a minority, I think is, again, failing to look at like power relations. So, again, I would say as a leftist that this kind of obsession with these shallow identifiers is a liberal thing, and to look at like real power relations and organizing across racial lines, at all kinds of lines, across political identity lines, right? Because workplaces, unions aren't all people who are just Democrats or just Republicans. These are people who work together, just in some factors, wherever, right? There's no reason to discriminate or say you can only have these opinions based on your political identity. That's silly, and it fractures you, and you have like a common cause. This is gonna
interesting.
This is gonna sound like such a tangent, but I was this was like a couple years ago. I was like pretty high rewatching Star Wars, and first of all realizing, okay, Star Wars, among other things, is just a really good like stoner adventure movie. Like, you don't have to give
which ones?
No, I'm talking about like episode 4. Episode 4, episode 5. Like, oh yeah, like unbeatable. But the great thing about this story is there's an Imperium, there's rebels, there's all these people in this crew who hate each other. There's this guy Han Solo who's like, speaking in kind of like a sexist jerk asshole way. But it's like
he's a space pirate.
He's a space pirate. It's like they're like, they're griping with each other, they're yelling at each other, whatever. Yeah. But it's like the thing on their mind is like, we have an actual mission. We have like a bigger picture that we're focused on. These kind of little things are just not like it would be insane. It would be suicidal to fracture ourselves based on something like that. We would never do that. We'd never be that stupid, right? So to me,
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that is becoming more and more true. Like, I think the more we talk about, the uniparty, like that's been a coined term used a lot recently. Mm-hmm. That as the more we talk about there being a uniparty in government, I feel like we're forming more of a uniparty in the public space, like as citizens too. I think a lot of people on the left and right are realizing certain things to be true that they used to demonize each other for, and now they're kind of like looking at each other in some ways. Like, I think there's a lot of people on the right who are looking at people on the left now and saying, you know what? I think maybe I was wrong about trusting the FBI so much.
Yeah. Maybe corporations don't all have our interests at heart.
Yeah, maybe you were kind of right about being so suspicious about the FBI. Mm-hmm. Or, the right could look at the left and say, you know what? Maybe you were right about not trusting big corporations so much. Like, we're actually getting kind of sus about these big corporations ourselves. Mm-hmm. Or, like I think that they're starting to look, the right is kind of admitting that they were wrong about certain things that
Mm-hmm.
they believed that the left was just being hysterical about. And now they're kind of, well, wait a minute, there may actually be some fire where there's smoke here.
Yeah. Or
Um,
when it comes to being anti-war, that was like a
yeah,
hippie leftist
being
bullshit
anti-war, that's another
that
one.
is unpatriotic, and you're a dirty, evil hippie, whatever. And now you're like, okay,
Yeah,
Iraq wasn't great. Spend a
like so.
trillion dollars killing
Wait,
out 100,000
maybe you're
civilians.
yeah, like
Maybe they had
you were
something
right
actually.
that there
Yeah.
are these giant. There's a economy built around the war industry, and that pushing for war, like wars are in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a war is happening, then business is booming.
Yep.
So of course they would be incentivized to maybe like push harder for these conflicts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's good for them.
Yep. And,
Yeah.
and the thing that I can say is it's like, okay, I am pro US support for Ukraine in the sense that I don't want some sovereign nation somewhere in the world to get run over by like an authoritarian, like aggressive regime. Like I'm for that struggle. At the same time, I'm not like thrilled about the idea that the only way our system can do that in terms of how we're set up is give money to Ukraine to buy weapons from our weapons manufacturers.
That's
Right.
kind of, that's it's kind of funny that became the joke now that the left has become pro-war,
Mm-hmm.
like, but they're using and they're like, well, we don't give them a pass for their reasoning
Mm-hmm.
because the reasoning is the same reasoning that they used for all of the
Mm.
wars. Like
Well,
it maps
yeah.
on the same, like,
I mean,
you know.
yeah, you could say that Iraq was different. You could um, say that I don't know. This is interesting because this is where we're getting into the more granular kind of left wing versus right wing absorbed like justifications for things or justifications against different things. Like my understanding that I've always had about let's say Vietnam or against Cuba or these different things is it's like we have to fight communism. It's not good for communism to exist in the world. To fight against an ideology rather than a specific action.
Cuba was a little
Um,
more specific. It was like, we don't want communists to have missile range of our
mm,
country.
or
That
we
was a
don't
little
want.
different, but it's like,
Yeah, well, we
uh
don't want Soviets, right? I guess more specific, right?
yeah,
Like to
Soviets.
make
Yeah,
it
we don't want
to
the
steel man
Soviets
it,
to.
because it's like,
Yeah.
yeah. Um,
So there was like an ideological reason for fighting those wars, and then there was a strategic reason for doing it
mm-hmm,
also. And you
yeah.
could look at the merits of both. And one of the strategic reason was, if we let them grab more land that are, closer to the oceans that they
Mm-hmm,
need to cross to get to us,
mm-hmm.
and then, like, that's because that's one benefit that our country has geographically,
Lost
is we're
oceans, yeah.
between these two big oceans, and it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, we're going to see you coming.
Yeah.
Like, one, you need a giant navy to bring a big enough force to overthrow us,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to see that coming,
Yeah.
miles away. So that's kind of like a big advantage that we have geographically. It's
Mm-hmm.
kind of makes this huge natural defense for us.
Yep.
So if we let these people position themselves closer and closer so that distance doesn't matter,
Mm.
we got to start to worry. I guess that's a legitimate worry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's interesting. Is it's like, I think this is something that I actually am very very curious about personally. For me as, for me personally, I don't even know I could say because this is like meta to me being a leftist. For me personally, as let's say even I don't know an American, a person, whatever, I feel like I'm forced into needing to analyze the situations from a bunch of different perspectives. So when it comes to, say, Russia, I'm I'm pro supporting like a sovereign nation against an authoritarian regime that is invading them. Like I'm pro that. I'm against taxpayer money going to weapons manufacturers. I'm pro authoritarian regime having a weakened kind of like war machine. I'm against I'm pro America potentially being able to do good things in the world in terms of if Russia is less of a military threat, then that gives us more capacity to do more good things. But I'm against.
Don't you see a couple of those things conflicting though?
Yeah. Wait. And I'm against the U.S. doing bad things with that greater relative power. So I'm really I'm split like 4 different ways on that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and my stereotype of right-wing people is it sounds like what I see is that it sounds like they're talking in ways that sound very like surely just like one thing. Like this is just how things are. I'm not kind of caught deciding between these very rock and a hard space of this thing pulls me in this direction, this thing pulls me in this direction. I really actually am internally conflicted on this issue, which is probably how it sounds to most leftists maybe when they're talking about things as well maybe.
Well, I would definitely, just from my perspective, I would say you're a lot less conflicted on the Israel-Palestine conflict than you are with the Russia-Ukraine one.
Interesting.
Would that be fair? Would it be fair to say that you have more of a solid position on the, on the Israel?
No, I mean, so yeah. So let me see. So let me lay all that out, right? So I am, pro the diminishing. So I'm for the diminishing power of Hamas. I think that they're an impediment to peace, and they, have recently killed a lot of people, and I don't think Hamas is good, right? So I'm pro, diminishing power for Hamas. I am anti, at the very least, the way that Israel as a nation has gone about this war, if you can technically call it a war. I can go into detail on that. But whatever this conflict is, I'm against the way that they have gone about it.
Call it a conflict.
It's the most like general to not get into like, okay, well technically what is this, whatever. I don't think anybody can disagree that there's conflict.
Yeah, right.
You would have to be pretty far out to not think there's conflict.
Now I feel like I'm on the other end. I feel like I have less of a solid opinion on like the Israel-Palestine thing than I do on the Ukraine.
Oh well, here.
Russia.
Well, let me just finish for Israel because I wanted it to be like comparable to the kind of splits that I have for Russia Ukraine. So I'm against Israel. I'm against the United States. Supplying a nation who's a close ally to us, giving like unconditional aid in the face of international laws that Israel is breaking, because I think it's important to take a moral stance against that, and because I think it's an impediment to peace and even security for Israel. So I think Israel's actions are bad for itself when it comes to their takeover of West Bank and the statements that so many Israeli politicians have made that appear to show intent toward ethnic cleansing or genocide or something. Maybe we should nuke Gaza, statements like that. We should take over Gaza Strip. We should take over the north. Statements like that, right? Pretty extreme stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to say absolutely this is the intent of the Israeli government, but I'm going to say like if like seven of your, so people say it's just this crazy guy. It's like, oh, it's just this crazy guy who's minister of defense. Oh, it's just this crazy guy who's minister of land. Oh, it's just this crazy guy who's minister of finance. Like that's concerning that like every top person in the government is saying this crazy stuff. So I'm split. So I would say I'm split further when it comes to Israel Palestine because I'm pro there being a place where Jews could be safe in the world. As a Jew, that's something that I'm very sensitive to, and being scared about. People think that when Jews are thinking about safety, safety from like another Holocaust, they're thinking about like, the kind of the Holocaust itself, the people who died in the Holocaust. For me, when it comes to Israel, I think more about the enormous boatload of Jews who traveled from Germany to the United States to try to escape and then were sent back to their deaths. That's what I think about when I think about why it's important for there to be a Jewish nation somewhere that Jews can go to whenever shit happens in the world. So that's another split. Another split, as a Jewish person, I'm against Jews who've been nomads for so long finally gaining land and creating a nation and then trying to ethnically cleanse or genocide or whatever the indigenous people who are living there, which is what, it's what America did. It's what Australia did. It's what all these other nations, it's what Canada did. It's what all these other nations have already done. But it's like, are we really gonna do this? All of our nations are being persecuted by different people when we're minorities. We're just gonna do the same shit. Is that really? So it's kind of like fighting for the soul of like Judaism itself for the Jewish people to say like we need to be like moral in our actions. So I'm probably more split on Israel than I am when it comes to Ukraine.
I see. It's a tough situation. It's I mean, if I were to draw like I was trying to think about it to see where I stand, and I mean, me personally, I am kind of would take a more like non-interventionist stance on it. I kind of feel like at some point, like I could see why there's a version of this, of reality where it may be just strategically important for us to hold on to Israel as an ally, no matter how bad, no matter how naughty they are sometimes, because it's kind of like, it's kind of like we're forced to look the other way on some things.
Right, so that's like the hawkish kind of American power position that I'm also, again, even in a conflicted way, I'm against. So I'm against, so I'm against America world ruler, right? I'm against that. Yeah. I'm not necessarily against America having some like moral influence on the world. I think for most of our history, our influence has not been so clearly moral. I don't think like, this is something I know is a stereotype.
Right or wrong or anything. I'm just saying this is probably just what the reality is that, it's kind of like, I'm friends with a guy, he can beat up the bully that comes after me or something. But at the same time, this guy,
but he's kind of a piece of work himself.
Yeah. Like he calls black kids the N-word and stuff like that. But, I kind of have to look the other way when the bully comes, because it's like, well, this is the only guy that's got my back. So it is what it is,
that's a perspective of what you that's a decision. That's not a reality. That's a choice, right? Because
it's a choice. Well, I'm just saying it's a reality of the choice. It's kind of like we don't have a perfect partner in Israel, but it's the only they're kind of like they are what we have at the end of
Well,
the
well,
day,
so
you
so
know.
so here's another thing, which is that even that itself I see as being split, because what does America get with its relationship with Israel? Well, I'm sure they would let us launch missions out of there if we if we really wanted to, or if we had some hot conflict with Iran, they would help out, right? There's some things where
You're
very
right.
very directly that would be like a strategically leveraged military
Globally
play.
strategic,
Of course.
yeah.
At the same time, the things that Israel does that make them that create antagonisms across the world, and particularly in the Middle East, that extends to us. So our actions in supporting Israel lead people to seeing us as in the same way that if
Yeah.
your friend has your back, but he also more accurately like is beating up some racial minority,
Right.
that people might be like, well, that's the guy who's friends and like helping give some new Christmas present of brass knuckles to to this guy who's
Well,
like
it's
beating
kind of
beating
like,
people up,
well,
right?
he protects me from the bullies, but sometimes he also steals the lunch money from the wimpy kid,
Uh-huh.
like,
So he's
so
yeah,
it's
he's a
kind of
bully.
like,
He helps me out in some ways, but it's like right, but it's like that. Then the antagonism toward him is antagonism toward me as well. So at the same time, it's like we could run a counterterrorism operation jointly with Israel, which is like helps us run that operation. But also, more people might want to, more people will be radicalized against the United States because of our relation with Israel, right? So it's like it's creating more enemies in addition to, more options for like strategic mission stuff like that, right?
yeah, yep. Yeah, I mean, well, that's why me personally, I want both Israel and Ukraine treated the same, which is, look, you're allies and you get support from us, but you don't have a blank check, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're going to give you a set amount and we'll let you know ahead of time how much it is so you can strategy your, game plan around the amount we're going to give you, and then best of luck to you. You can't, I don't think it's fair to say we haven't helped you enough at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we have, but at some point I think we have to just kind of like let nature take its course here
Mm-hmm.
and have things play out naturally rather than have this like unending artificial support.
Mm-hmm.
you know um, Countries are meant to be like, I kind of see different countries as different scientific experiments on
Uh-huh.
how to run humanity, right? And sometimes I feel if you don't let certain ones fail,
Mm-hmm.
then you're kind of not letting the natural process happen anymore. That's just my personal
So
view.
yes, so here's my question about that, because that that runs straight into not away from a stereotype that I have of right wing people, is that they see the world as it's like it's kind of good for a very large amount of might makes right to be in play, that's not just like realistic that happens, but that's like kind of how things should be. Am
Uh-huh.
I hearing that as it's like, well, if Ukraine can't defend itself against Russia, like Russia as the superior military power, like their system must be better. So it's like that's
No,
the
well, it's just kind of
um,
like if you didn't run there must be some corruption in your country if you couldn't get your country to run efficiently enough to fight back. So then, well, maybe it was just meant to happen that if you're going to
mhm.
pick a fight, with Russia and you were never going to stand a chance, well, then you losing is only natural.
It is so. I guess the question is um, like okay, sure. If one nation is stronger than another nation for whatever reason, and they fight very hard, then one of them will win, one will lose, and it'll be the stronger one who generally wins. Unless you're Finland or whatever, then you do a good job of pushing everybody back. But is that like but that and that's like it's not just natural, but that's kind of like it would be wrong to interfere in that process. It would be artificial to say like, "Hey, we like you, we think you're a better nation, even though you aren't able to fight this other nation." That's like a wrong thing to interfere in.
It's especially wrong if it's at the cost of our own health, right? Like if we're putting our own finances into it,
Mm-hmm.
money we could be using for other things,
Mm-hmm.
internally, and
So
that's an yeah, that's an
yeah.
added wrong to it that I
Mm-hmm.
find it like it makes it not only wrong and just not letting it hash itself out, it's also just wrong because it weakens us at the same time.
Mm-hmm. But I guess this is where like for me, I have this like just immediate concern that pops up when you talk about this, which is just like how is this view distinct from a view that's basically might makes right? That it's like um, the Soviet regime, the Nazi regime, the fascist Italian
It's not
regime,
exactly all about might
the
make.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, my kind of thing that I study is strategy. Like
Mm-hmm.
I am a strategist, by my own like self nerdiness or whatever it
Mm-hmm.
is. It came from being involved in the FGC, like playing fighting games and stuff like that. My
Mm-hmm.
my quest to get better led me on to reading strategy,
Mm-hmm.
mostly from like Sun Tzu and stuff like
Oh,
that. So
cool.
it's not
Yeah.
just it's not all about might makes right. It's also about strategy. So and strategy is might. If you have the right strategy to win, it's not
Mm-hmm.
just like muscling your way. A lot of these big battles had been won strategically,
Mm-hmm.
right? So um, it strategically for us, it doesn't make much sense to support because the right, I guess the right, and because a lot of right leaning people support this war and support Ukraine. So it's kind of, I wouldn't really call it a right wing issue or something
Mm.
that they're in lockstep against, but the belief is that basically, I mean, let's say if me and fuck, let's say Mike Tyson in his prime or whatever,
Mm.
me and him became friends, and he's like, hey, you know what, man, Joe, I got your back no matter what, right? I'm like, cool, like if anyone tries to start shit with me, Mike Tyson's gonna come and fuck him up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that give me carte blanche now to go up to like every dude? Like I get to go up to another like MMA fighter who would destroy me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I talk some shit about his wife or whatever. Like I pick a fight with him just because I know Mike Tyson's got my back, right? At some point, Mike Tyson's gonna he's going to wish he never promised that he'd get my back all the time, because
Mm.
now I'm going out there being a total antagonist, and like now I'm involving him in fights he just does not want to be in, and they're getting
Yeah.
increasingly more difficult, so it's kind of like okay, Ukraine, we've agreed to help you in a time where you might need it, right? Okay, but like who started the war? I
Mm.
hear it was Ukraine who like began the war. I don't
Interesting.
know,
I
like
mean, I mean, Russia
so
invaded deeply into Ukraine and were like fighting civilians in Ukraine, right? So I actually don't know
yeah,
exactly like who fired the first
there's
shot or
talks
whatever,
that
but
there's some action that Russia is saying that I don't know like too deeply
mm-hmm.
uh, about this because my principles don't really rest on it, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
like who yeah, kind of like who started it doesn't really matter too much, but I mean
Mm-hmm.
it would be kind of interesting if like they started the war and now they expect us to stay there till the end. Like really, you want us to be in it until you defeat a superpower like Russia, that
Mm-hmm.
sounds like it would be very costly to us,
Mm-hmm.
like, and in
So
ways that,
yeah.
yeah,
So
it's
just
just
to mhm. Oh yeah, no, please.
just like Israel, I believe there should be a limit to our support to where they could say it's fair
Mm.
and they wouldn't disregard us as allies.
Uh-huh.
But it's like I believe that there is a fair cutoff point to where we could say, look, like we helped enough. Um, I hope we're all good here. Best of luck to you.
Mm-hmm. So I was curious to step back, and the same way that I looked at these kind of like, thumbs up, thumbs down, or you can say, pro con whatever, but it's like these different hats that you put on, that you analyze things in different ways. That I was saying, like, I'm pro Ukraine solidarity, sovereignty, as I think every nation should have its own sovereignty. They're welcome to that. They shouldn't just be invaded and taken over and conquered. In the 21st century. At the same time, I don't love funding the weapons industry. I had these like maybe 4 different splits, and then like I don't know 8 splits or whatever for Israel. I'm curious what you're like.
Sovereignty is earned.
Sure, yeah. So I'm curious to hear for you, like, if it's possible to as many of those different splits as possible that you can think of for like kind of pro or con that you're split on in terms of Russia Ukraine, that are like I like this thing, I dislike this thing, like I think, or even further splits within those individual pieces. Like I'm really interested to hear like how you analyze that, what each of those individual pieces breaks down to.
So for me in Ukraine, it's pretty simple. I know that we gave them a promise, maybe not one I agree with,
Mm-hmm.
which is that at the time, times were very different. They were, I believe, they were called the Soviet Union. We were in a Cold War
Mm-hmm.
where we promised Ukraine that we would support them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the time has come, and they need our support. And so I agree that, okay, we should honor our promises,
Right.
because
that's
other
a pro, yeah.
countries would look at us and be like, well,
What the hell?
look at these, these, like, look at these, don't ever trust these motherfuckers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like,
Said it would have my back.
we need to, like, however bad the promise was, now we
did make it.
Now we need to uphold it, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So I believe there is a fair limit, however, to how long we can uphold that. But what is the promise was never we write you a blank check, right? The promise is we would help you.
We would help. Yeah, exactly. What the limits are of that help is kind of like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't believe there's any distinct like line to where that help begins or ends. So I believe it should just be up to us, and it, what's fair for them, but also in our best interest as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's where I am. So I believe, like, on one side, I believe we should uphold our promises that we make to other countries so that we keep our credibility up in the world. And on the other hand, I believe that we should have reasonable limits to how much support we can give, especially when you're going up against a big country like Russia. I feel like it's a little naive to assume that America would just like follow you 100% until Russia itself was unable to fight anymore. I mean, that it sounds like a huge task to undergo without the American people's consent. Like usually, some of the dumb wars we got ourselves into, at least we got ourselves into them, right? We can take responsibility because it's what our it's what people voted for. It's what the people of the nation wanted. After 9/11, people were very angry. They looked at they looked at each other. They had hardly any differences. They're just like, we're going to get these motherfuckers. We're going to make them pay for what they did for us. That was something we were truly kind of had this united attitude in that direction. Whether we of course hindsight is 2020, but that's just us. At least we get ourselves into those wars where we commit such a heavy cost. But this is like something where it's more of like a proxy, and I think it's reasonable to set a limit on it if it starts to take on a heavy cost for our country.
So I'm curious. So first of all, I didn't want to cut you off if you had more distinct splits, but if not, I wanted to ask you if you're
I
at
think
all
that's about
split.
it.
So are you at all split on any of my splits? So I had the split of, I think it's not good to accept nations just like invading neighbors. That's kind of like a bad thing overall in the world if that happens a lot. It's instability.
I don't really see
But that
where
sounds like
that's
that's not
always
really.
our business, though.
Is it so?
Like I,
So
I
regardless
just
of
don't
whether or
see
not it's our
where does
business, do you see that? Because it sounds like at an even more fundamental level, you're not even sure if that's necessarily bad.
I would say if it concerns us, then we should
Oh,
definitely
okay.
take action,
Uh
right?
huh.
So it's like if it's in our interest, then
Mm-hmm.
we should care about it. If it's not in our interest that, or has very little influence on what happens to our country,
Mm-hmm.
I just don't believe, like, why should we have a financial interest in it, like,
Mm.
or where we're
Why should we
spending
spend money
resources or
on?
lives or anything.
So yeah. So this is like you know, it's interesting because I'm saying this in a context where in this context I don't believe in this in this way. So I'm as a have you heard this phrase injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere?
No.
Oh, interesting. You've never heard. Okay, that's something I heard all the time growing up. I grew up in like a very very
I
liberal
feel like I
hippie
don't
area.
really agree with it because
Mm.
we have different cultures. Unless you don't respect
Uh-huh.
other cultures, then
Mm-hmm.
you could agree with it.
Well, it's like I don't know. You would say, okay. I mean, at an extreme, if any country anywhere where gassing their population of Jews, that would be bad, right? Like that's not a
Except in
cultural
the country it
relativism
was
thing.
happening, right?
Well, no. That
So, like if the
that there's like a certain
if
level of I don't know. Okay, so this is interesting because I'm feeling like we have reverse levels of moral relativism than would be stereotypical for a left and a right winger. Is that do you understand what I'm saying by that?
I'm just kind of, yeah, but I don't understand how that is though, or what do
Yeah,
you think
no,
of
that's like an
my
interesting. It's an
yeah, I'm not
interesting
sure what
outcome.
you think
Yeah.
my view is, or
So you're saying that it's like if so I think that it's bad in general for so let's say we knew the exact motivation or whatever. Some country lives next to another country and they say, "Hey, we got a military we got a lot of troops. This country near us has a lot of farmland. We want their farmland. We're going to use our troops and invade it." I think it's bad to live in a world where that happens, where people are literally just invading other sovereign nations to take their stuff. That's like a bad precedent to allow in the
uh-huh.
world, and that's something that everybody in the world should be against because people shouldn't be just invading each other. That's not good. And whether or not we directly intervene obviously depends on a lot of factors, geopolitical, like webs of allyship and whatever, right? But like it's something that we have an interest in just generally because we're a nation in the same way that if somebody were just attacking somebody else near me, I feel like it would be good to live in a world where that doesn't just, let's say there was no literally somebody wanted to mug somebody and take their phone just because they were like, he's got a nice phone, I want that phone, right? That would be something that I think is wrong. I would be against. Whether I personally intervene and put my life on the line to be involved in that is like a different decision. But that's something that I'm against is not complicated for me to say morally, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, right. But I mean, like, the thing is, I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I
Mm-hmm.
would just look at it as, like, let's say I give you an example, like a kid that gets bullied at school, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're watching this bullying happen
Mm-hmm.
and you don't think it's right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should interfere or something like
Yep.
that. But or you could look at my view of it, which is, hey, that kid, either he needs to get some friends or he needs to go take martial arts or something like that. And then just like, because at the end of the day, you are your own, you are the person that you can rely on the most to like change certain, outcomes. Like you should look inward first. That's where you should look to find the answers. So if you can solve, if there's a problem that you have that you could solve your own problem, then you should do that. I think that would be something I would encourage that individual to do, because it's like somebody can't always come to your rescue. This is kind of why Jordan Peterson like talks about, it's not virtuous to be harmless like a rabbit. Like every man who like, you should have the capacity for great violence, be as a noble trait, not as being tyrannical or evil or anything like that. It should be noble of you to be capable of great violence, because there's also great evil in the world, and you can't be so naive that you'll never encounter evil in your life. So with that, I kind of agree with that. Like, it's tough business being a country. You got to defend yourself against your enemies. Not all of them make it. If you look through history, different empires, by the hundreds or thousands have risen and fallen. Even some that thought that they were going to remain forever, like, the Mongols, you got your,
Holy Roman
the
Empire.
Egyptians, the Holy Roman Empire,
Egyptians
all these.
Egyptians did it for a long fuck. I'll give like, I mean,
Hey, they did
they
well,
did it
but
for a
Evan, the
long,
point
long damn
is,
time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not
they
forever,
all come
but
to it.
damn,
No
yeah.
matter how long you last,
They're
there's
on the
an end
leaderboard for
somewhere.
sure.
Um, like,
Yes, so this is interesting because I agree with I agree with a lot of that when you're saying in terms of Jordan Peterson. I mean, I have like a slightly different spin, which is that for myself personally, having learned martial arts has been something that has definitely helped me stay out of violent situations, because there's some level of like kind of nothing to prove. There's some kind of like level of self-confidence that there's nothing to prove, and also seeing just how easily it is for people to get hurt makes me just not want to be involved in that, and willing to put like, put a very, very high price on, I'm willing to, if somebody's trying to mess with me on a night out, whatever, I'm like, yeah, I'll be a pussy. I would so much rather be a pussy than somebody get injured. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to get hurt. All of that sucks. I've done both. It's not fun. But it's really interesting because when you talk about the bully thing, I actually was that person who was seeing people getting bullied and becoming friends with them. I had a friend who was bullied in it was like first grade. Was somebody who English was his second language, so he didn't always speak with like perfect syntax, and he would get bullied
yeah,
for that. And I, would tell people not to bully him, and they kind of stopped. I was always somebody who could kind of diffuse situations with humor, rather than ever
that's
even
good.
kind of needing to get into like violent altercations. That really like wasn't something that really kind of manifested, because I could just I could read social cues well enough that I could get people to not bully other people. But I feel like this is definitely something that it sounds like is like a deeper perspective of I have this perspective of it's great to be self-sufficient, but being left on your own isn't actually the best way to build self-sufficiency, like so much of the time. Because sometimes being left on your own, you get stronger, sometimes you get weaker. Generally mentorship helps, I feel like, somebody stepping in to fight your battles for you gets kind of a bad rap. But it's like if somebody's getting bullied, somebody stepping in can not only lead to them not getting bullied, but them getting socially integrated, socialized, and then not being in a position to be bullied. And when it comes to so that's interesting. It sounds like we have like even a deeper, not even like, okay, we both don't think bullying is good. We both think it's good to be self-sufficient, but it's more like how those dynamics more often play out. I think we have a different perspective on, like, for me, it's like, I think it's good for somebody to be helped. They're more likely to not need help in the future if they get help in this circumstance, in this way. And you're more looking at like, I'm kind of doing everything for this person and they never learn. Is kind of sounds like more where you're.
Well, it's more like I don't want to always.
You don't want to be responsible for them forever.
Yeah, well, or I don't even want to just only let them being smaller or weaker being the reason I'm protecting them.
Oh,
right?
Like because, if they're aggressing on somebody, but they're going to get beat up.
Yeah, there could also be. They could also be a total asshole.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of a different circumstance. I mean, if somebody is like antagonizing somebody else, and then somebody is like going back at them, like somebody could be small and could be a bully for sure.
When on the Israel-Palestine thing, I feel like people kind of have this dynamic in their head where it's like, well, because Palestine is smaller and they're more brown people or whatever, that they're the victims in this. And it's not that they were, they're smaller, but they're also being the antagonist. That just kind of that's what I hear anyway. It's just kind of like, well, what can we do when it's like they're smaller, we could beat them up or whatever. We don't want to do that, but yet they keep on throwing cans and bottles at us, and it's like, and we keep telling them like, what would make you stop? And like, okay, yeah, if you didn't exist, and they're like, okay, well, we're not going to do that. That's not negotiable, right? We need to exist. We need to have a place to exist. Your wish that we just cease to exist is not reasonable. It's a non-starter for any type of negotiation. And then they're like, well, fuck you. And then they just keep on throwing the cans and bottles. And, it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what you do about that. Like,
so I don't. So this is tough because I.
Because if Hamas is the most electorally like popular, party that they keep voting for, and that's what they want, it just kind of makes it hard. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like.
So there's a lot that I think is.
That's why I'm so split on it, because it's like I'm just like, well, what do you do? Like,
so there's a lot that I see as being, like, something that I could demonstrate to you is not accurate about the factors of that analysis. But if we get into like the details of like Israeli-Palestinian relations, I think we're gonna be here all night, and I don't want to keep you from dinner forever.
I get it.
So if we can pull back to like the meta conversation of like, of like helping somebody who's in need. So I think we both agree that in general, that it makes a difference if somebody has like a just cause, if they were the aggressor initially and now they're getting response, versus if they were aggressed upon, right? That matters. Absolutely. I think we're on the same page with that. But let's say that somebody was not the aggressor and somebody truly just is more powerful than them, wants their stuff. Do we have like, there's the question of, should we help from like, okay, if I run over and try to fight this huge guy who's beating up this huge guy, I'm just going to get killed.
Just think about like a lot of the great martial arts movies you've seen over time, right? Like usually they're a kid, they're like getting bullied or whatever,
Oh
and then
well,
this,
the great example
like
is
a dope,
Karate Kid, where he was totally the
yeah,
instigator. He was pouring water on that guy. He was like
yeah, yeah.
harassing his
Oh yeah,
girlfriend.
I love.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's a whole different
that's a
thing
great
right there.
example
I
of
love
like
that this
yeah.
they did this video on the Karate Kid, and
Yep, I
it
think I probably saw
demonstrated
the same one. He's the
how
bully.
Daniel had everything coming
Oh my
to him,
god.
and that
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that that the one that they said was the bad guy was actually the good guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
But
but
you
there
know,
are
like
situations where somebody's being bullied and it's like actually
where
not their fault. Like they did
they're
actually
being
didn't
bullied.
instigate. Like
Yeah.
sometimes people are actually just shitting to people who are weaker than
Right.
them.
Right.
That does occur too. Although yeah,
It's
Kung
kind of
Fu Kid
like
is a good.
a common like motif in these martial arts movies
Mm.
where it's like maybe Karate Kid isn't the best example, but like
Yeah.
because how evil Daniel is, but
Mm-hmm.
in other movies it's kind of like they get saved one time,
Mm.
and then that dope master or whatever it is that saved them is kind of like, hey, I'm not always going to be around there for you, so let
Mm-hmm.
me go ahead and teach you
Yep.
how to defend because it wouldn't be a movie if it was just about some guy coming in to save him every time the guy
Yeah.
had a fight,
That.
like right,
Yeah.
like
Like in
it would be
like in Ip Man, where he's like
yeah,
teaching the other like people in the village how to fight.
right,
Although at the
he's
end
like, look, you
he
guys
does
are
do
being pushed
the
around
fighting.
by thugs.
Yeah.
Right. It's kind of goes back to that old, the old saying of like, you give a man a fish, he eats for a day, and if you teach a man for a fish, he'll never be hungry.
If you
That
teach a man to
it
fish, he
all
opens
goes.
a competing fishing business.
Yeah,
I just saw.
yeah, right. Hey, but just kind of like to kind of wrap things up because I do have to go
Yeah, no, please.
get some dinner pretty soon. But
I feel bad.
I just wanted to ask you, like, just based on the one example that I over, like the election,
Mm-hmm.
did you think that what ICE said was kind of like one of the biggest contributing factors? Have you ever heard that to be like one of the bigger reasons or bigger beliefs on the right as to why they think it might have been unfairly gamed? Let's say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah. So first of all, yeah, I've definitely heard that like that Twitter pulling tweets related to the aspects of the Hunter Biden like laptop slash nudes story was like is like a big piece of why the election turned out the way it did. It's definitely like a much more grounded like causal link from A to B to C
Grounded
than
in reality, yeah.
yeah than like oh they were just they stuffed it's like all of
Yeah,
the
there
kind
were.
of all the
Uh,
things that like Trump's DOJ or whatever investigating. They were like, there's no evidence of election fraud. It's not like
right.
there was some kind of election fraud. It's that maybe it's like there's two like radically different. They get kind of lumped together, but two actually like very divergent descriptions of what like quote unquote election fraud could mean. So on one hand, it's like, oh, the voting machine changed my vote, right? That's like that's one direction, and then there's one thing that gets lumped in, which is like people were misled to think a different thing and decided to vote in a way that was based on erroneous information, something like that. Those are like
Or the
very
omission of
divergent.
information.
Well, sure, yeah, addition subtraction of information. I mean, either way is bad, right? But those are radically divergent descriptions. I guess at a certain level, those can merge together if you have like sufficient media capture. I mean, this is what like Chomsky argues for in like manufacturing consent, right? So this is something that absolutely people on the left can support, that like media, government propaganda is like an issue, right? This is something where this is where I would say like something like the New York Times, that I don't know if you would probably consider it like liberal, not left wing, right? I don't know if where would it fall?
Say well,
The New York
the
Times.
thing
I don't know
is
where would it fall
that
in your distinction.
yeah, they have they've been they've had some things that they've reported on that are kind of like it's liberal, yes, but like I said earlier, kind of being taken hostage by the
Mm.
further left because they're kind of pressured to.
Hmm. So like
Yeah.
for me, I looked at um, when the Iraq War happened. The New York Times wasn't saying like "Yay war." It was saying things like, "Hmm, interesting. Well, here's the case that you could make for war. We don't think this, but like, Saddam Hussein is a bad guy." These kind of hinting toward it, but not full support. And then while the war was happening, and after it had been more recognized as like based on lying to the American public, lying to Congress, all these things, they were like, okay, well the war was like mismanaged, but never really going to the point of saying like this war is bullshit, immoral, resulted in the deaths of lots of civilians, led to our allies, which were very supportive of us going into Afghanistan, basically saying like, "Oh, you're going to Iraq? Like, you people are fucking nuts. Like, we're not following you to Iraq. Are you just like bloodthirsty?" Right? That all these things that happened, that they were not really critiquing the important aspects of it. They were kind of like playing it as like, okay, well, Bush didn't, it wasn't good that there wasn't armor for Humvees, or it wasn't good that there weren't, interpreters. These kind of like more logistical flaws rather than like holistic flaws of like, this is a administration that lied to the American public to get us into a war for, I don't even know exactly, like I can't claim to know exactly what was Bush and Cheney's motivation. There's the he had the oil, the Halliburton, his father Gulf War wanted to get Saddam. Like I don't know fundamentally what it came down to.
Yeah.
It's like
It
these could be
this
fact.
kind of
I don't
legacy,
know.
like
Yeah.
correcting a legacy of failure element to it.
So it's
Yeah,
like, when I was younger, I claimed to know, which of those things it was. As older, it's like, okay, I actually don't know, motivationally.
Right.
I don't even know. Maybe they didn't even themselves know, like, why they were
Well,
doing this.
it's
It just seemed like a good idea. Like,
a lot of people right away went to just like, oh, well, it's the oil, and if you think you have the might to take it, then you have the right to take it.
yeah,
Right? And then the other thing, the other
successful
the other
states.
thing which the other argument which actually had a lot of credit to it, which was, well, Bush Jr. was in office and he saw this war, the failure to get Saddam as kind of like a stain on the family legacy,
Yeah.
something that he's now in a position to correct as president. So he's going to kind of maybe like bend and finagle a few things in ways to get us there so he can correct it.
I
There's
mean, that's
definitely a lot of
probably
credibility.
yeah, that's probably
There's a lot
the
of
worst
credibility to that.
imaginable reason for a nation to go to war because the president
Right.
is the descendant of a former president and he wants to show that he's as capable at war, more capable at war than his daddy. Like that's like the worst reason.
Yeah.
And that's reminiscent of like a more of like a monarchic kind of like France versus the UK War of the Roses type bullshit. Like that's like so far away from what our nation should be doing in terms of yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So just
But
yeah.
hey,
So oh yeah. Is that yeah? If can I send you out now? I feel really bad for pulling away from your family dinner for this long. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you talking, but I do feel kind of bad.
Man. We explored a lot of different areas. I know we kind of got some other things backlogged and some other areas to explore. Like I know earlier, you're talking about how the different, what should we do about different countries defending them against invasion, stuff like that. And I remember one time asking you, how far would you go for, climate change, if you take it seriously, like
Mm.
I didn't have a position. I was just kind of painting you this picture of, you know, China and India are the biggest polluters, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
the biggest contributors to the climate changing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take that seriously and you tried to tell them, hey, you can this is how you can get on board with fighting against climate change, and they say, well, you're just trying to neuter us economically, so fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
Our time has come, and we're going to do things the way we want. We don't care about your hokey pokey climate science. And they just went ahead and kept on doing business as usual. I was trying to test, like, how far, like, given that example,
Mm-hmm.
would you, not, I know I was a little, how do you say, I was kind of being hyperbolic when I was saying, would you nuke, China or
Uh-huh.
India? but would you go to war over the climate if if this was the scenario, like, that was kind of an extreme example, like an extreme
Mm-hmm.
hypothetical to kind of test where you are with war, and what threshold would you need to cross in order to, go to war with another sovereign nation?
Mm-hmm. I mean, this. Well, okay. Would you like me to go into some detail now, or I can talk to the chat. You can
You
listen
could just
back. Um,
maybe you could just tell me,
I
like,
can
a
I can try to give
quick
you like
yes or
a really
no,
like
and then
30
we could
seconds.
expand on it.
Um,
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
next time.
yeah. Okay. I'll say no.
Yeah, I
If you
figured.
wanna, yeah.
Um,
Yes or no.
I mean, I would restate that they've made up their mind, right? And
Mm-hmm.
there's no way you could talk them out of it,
Mm-hmm.
and that this was the only, like, going to war with them would be the only way to get them on board with climate,
I mean, if it's boiled
doing.
down to like literally the trolley problem, and one person will die or five people will die, then I would choose for one person, right? If that's literally what, if you're going to say that going to war would help and it's the only way, and whatever, like, if you're going to caveat it to
Yeah.
that degree, then like, okay, well, then from a
So the
utilitarian
reason why I
perspective,
created
we
that
have to save the
hypothetical was
planet
because
rather
was
than. But I disagree
yeah.
with every single one of those premises. So. Um,
Okay, well, so I was kind of, the reason why I kind of came up with that hypothetical
mhm.
was, we were talking about climate change, and, you know if we had enough evidence that this is how climate change was working, and that
Mm-hmm.
these two countries uh, were the main contributors to it,
Mm-hmm.
we would have to be, like, very sure of the methods that we were using to get us those results, right? Like, we wouldn't want to, like, if we
Mm-hmm.
had to force these nations into complying with a climate, plan, we better have very good evidence that this is the case, that
Mm-hmm.
and I believe Jordan Peterson and Destiny kind of got into that a little
Yeah.
bit,
Have you watched?
where they said it's imperfect. I saw that you guys were kind of watching that,
Yeah.
reviewing
So
that,
there's
so
a.
I know you're
Yeah.
familiar with this, but
It's
but yeah,
actually
I
up
just
on my
thought that.
YouTube. We watched the entire thing. The first half is up. The second half got YouTube striked.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
For
I
COVID
wonder why.
misinformation, which is unfortunately because
Oh my
we
God!
were
You see, this is.
we were pushing back against Jordan Peterson's COVID misinformation, but he's, I don't know, a big creator or whatever, for whatever reason with the algorithm.
He
I
gets
got
through,
striked by that. He gets through,
and you
even though
got
we're
a
responding
strike.
to something published on YouTube. Um,
That's
it's
funny.
unfortunate, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't see. That's another thing I disagree with.
Hmm.
You should be able to say that, COVID comes from, donkeys or whatever you want to
Mm.
say. Like, it should just be,
Hmm.
if you want to say fucking COVID was created by a clown college, you should be able to say that. Like, I
Hmm.
don't know. I'm getting strikes on my Twitch right now.
Mm.
Probably. I don't know. Fuck. But anyway, like, I don't know. That's another thing I don't believe in. But Um, but yeah, I mean, thanks for talking.
Yeah,
We could
absolutely.
definitely tech test more of these. We should probably maybe conclude our trans sports debate next
Yeah,
time.
we can get back to
It'll
that,
be
but
quick.
I think
Yeah,
this is really great to have like
yeah,
yeah some of this kind of like here's me versus the stereotype. Um,
yeah. That was good. I think I was glad I could show like I had a solid example I could give you.
hmm
Um, maybe next time we could. Oh, I forgot to do like to flip it, like
mm.
on the left part, because I feel
Oh
like I
yeah.
have a pretty good understanding of like the leftist
Well,
positions on
that's
most
perfect.
things.
Next
But
time, let's test that. So let's see
sure,
how good that is, or I guess to be fair, maybe how much that applies to me because I might not be your typical leftist, but
yeah.
I think in a lot of ways, I
Uh,
am.
Maybe if you
Um,
want to find someone who's like a typical leftist, like
yeah.
I
No,
don't know, sure,
I think I can speak for what a leftist position is. You know, obviously there's
sure,
disagreements, but yeah, I'd be curious how
yeah,
much. It's even more interesting and compelling if you think that you're good at it to see like see where that falls, see how much you can predict of like what I would
yeah,
think or how close it is to your conception or your model of what lefties believe.
yeah, yeah. I
That
mean,
makes
I would
puts higher stakes on it if you think you're good at it.
like I think just to give a very quick example, and you could just say yes or no just to
Mm-hmm.
not spend too much time on it. I would just say maybe on guns, I would
Mm.
say you have a you would have a limit on kind of the type of weapon you could own. Like if it's something that is I would guess that maybe if it's a rifle that is anything like a military issued or close to it, you would probably prohibit.
Are you talking
Um,
about like a automatic like a
like if you had a
like a
semi-automatic,
oh
yeah,
okay
no, I
well
mean,
because like the
that's
difference between military and civilian is it's like the selector switch, right? That's like the fundamental kind of difference, right?
yeah, yeah. That I mean, there's also, yeah, I guess depending on like state to
Because you
state.
can
I
get
mean,
like whatever calibers you can get like California. I know it's a lot of restrictions on like magazine size,
yeah,
but in
magazine
terms of
size. Like, do you
like people in the
think
army use
that?
like aftermarket like M4 M16 attachments or like AR attachments like right
Would you like?
like
Okay,
there's no military
I
only
would say
sights, there's no
if I
military
were
only
to be more concise, I guess,
hmm
would you say that
would I
the
ban bump
current
stocks like
limit
Trump did?
would you say that the current limitations on firearms as they exist today
Or
in, let's
uh-huh
say, California are reasonable,
uh-huh okay, so I don't want to
or New York
yeah
maybe? I don't know where
well
you're
sure
from, but
yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to play a game of like which which state do I know? Which state am I? I don't play that exactly, but I don't know perfectly like exactly where those are at in different places. Um, I,
yeah.
I think I could probably say it more as like um, I I am concerned
I got a
about the
good one.
ways.
I got a good one. Okay, I got a
Okay.
good
Yeah.
one.
Okay. Yeah.
Would you
I mean,
say I would say would you say that that the justice system, one of the ways that the justice system is racist or systemically racist
hmm
is because uh, the difference in charging between powdered cocaine and crack cocaine would be like a great example of that.
um, I think that's kind of a gray one because that was something that people have pointed to as racist. There's certainly some unfairness there. At the same time, there were a lot of black leaders who looked at this as like it's good to crack down on this kind of criminal activity to push people away from using and there were faulty understandings of like how the criminal justice system would interact with what we recognize more as like a treating addiction more as a disease than like just a antisocial choice. So I think it was misguided. I think it's as a policy one that's a little bit less clear as being like obviously racist. I would say something that is more clearly racist in the criminal justice system is something like the arrest rate for the same drug, marijuana, by black and white Americans
That would be another one.
compared
Yeah.
to the similar use rates. There's a large bias in the arrest rate. So something
So
like
you
that,
think
I would say, is
you
more.
think that there's a
Yeah.
systemically like racist component of that outcome, right?
Well, so you could point to something like um, it might be the case that like white people are more likely to have a more secure place to do drugs. People in the or people in the suburbs who are not being policed to the same degree, and that's more like where they live than the color of their skin. But I would say that those differences are the result of previous racist policies. So it's a little bit turtles all the way down. Some of the things that are like consequences not of racism are consequences of racism. Does that make
There's
sense?
socially that like you just have to they just smoke weed publicly a lot more.
So yeah, so it could be like fewer private places to
Well,
smoke, something like
it's
that.
just
Yeah.
choices. It's just like there are many ways to just like smoke weed on at out of the pub, like not in the street. Like I remember there was a job I had where it was like people smoke weed in the parking lot of like the grocery store
Mm.
before going shopping, and that this
Mm.
was like in a mostly black neighborhood. You just
Damn, that is the
go
way to
there
buy
and the
way too many
parking lot,
snacks.
you get, huh?
That is a surefire route to getting way too many snacks.
Yeah, right,
Smoking before you
exactly.
go
Like,
in. No, no,
do
no.
not do this. Yeah, not recommended.
That's
But
what
I
you'd be
mean, yeah,
optimizing that road for, yeah.
those are things we can go over, but it's kind of like
Hmm.
there are many things where it's like to the left it could seem like a racist like outcome, but then there are actually like
Hmm.
pretty good salt like common sense reasons for why it's happening.
Yeah, I mean,
That just
I think those things can be mixed. I think
yeah.
you're right that it's important to understand more about why that situation is occurring, and there could be lots of different factors. Some of them could be so. If it was the case that like I'm trying to think if I can think of like a more clear like an unambiguous example of what you're describing, but I understand the difference in what that could mean in different situations. But let's say on the other hand that let's say it's a black neighborhood that's getting policed more versus the suburbs where we know that being in the suburbs can be, from what I've heard, pretty boring, and a lot of young kids turn to drugs. So it's like the rates of either abuse of prescription drugs or narcotics or whatever in the suburbs is actually like surprisingly high, but they're not getting
Yeah.
policed to the same degree as maybe somewhere in the inner city. So it's like, oh well, this is just like a different situation. It's not based on race, but it's like, okay, well, why do white people live in the suburbs that haven't been policed, that aren't getting policed as much versus the inner city? It's like, oh, well, this was like redlining, white flight, differences in being able to get housing, different development projects that didn't allow black people. It's like, okay, shit. We look into those unrelated causes that are not related to racism. Those actually are based on things that are related to racism. So it's like, oh shit, the differences in poverty, intergenerational wealth, burning of Black Wall Street, slavery, differences in Pell Grants. It's like, shit, there are a lot of policies that actually account for these things that are different factors other than racism. So it's like if you look at it closely, oh, it's not racism, but then you look more closely and you're like, oh, it actually is
Yeah.
racism.
Well,
Right?
that's interesting. Maybe we could
It's like
look
Scooby Doo.
into
You
those.
keep taking
We
the
could look
hood
into
off.
like more of those cases
Mm-hmm.
next time. Like
Mm-hmm.
because I just kind of went into the weed example as one
Mm-hmm.
example of where maybe there's some things that are unseen
Mm-hmm.
on the left as like things that would seem like racism on the surface, but then just have like a very common sense reason behind it. I think
Mm-hmm.
maybe we could explore more of those areas, but
Yeah.
for now, I think we've had a pretty good conversation, I think. I
Yeah,
think
no, this is great. Thanks for coming
it's
by.
been fun.
Have a nice
Yeah.
dinner.
All right. You too. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Um, yeah, Flex, if you want to hop in, feel free. We'll go maybe a tiny bit more, and then
Mic check.
yeah, sounds great actually. Yeah.
Beautiful. Let me turn the sound down here. Oh, I switched headphones and I realized there's a game up in the background. Maybe I got to close that real quick
Oh,
because
sure,
I
yeah,
can't.
for sure. Let's see. There's something I wanted to respond to that that Joe said. Do you remember what we were talking about before? World War II, before drug use? Can't remember. It was the example. It was before guns. Drugs, bullying. Weak should perish.
I was distracted by the Iraq making comments on the Iraq war that Grandmaster was commenting on.
Yeah.
remember.
Well, here, if it comes back to me, I'll talk about it because I had
No.
some answer to what he was talking about, but I can't remember what the topic was. But yeah, it sounded like you were enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, I guess I was listening in for a little bit, and by the way, thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
I looked at my I clicked on my name there. I just want to see how long I've been following you, because I'm listening to you now, and I want to say that I consider myself a little bit of a moderate and a little bit of a lefty, but often I do struggle with identifying myself with some of the messaging that left wing has. I mean, I often I more and more see the right wing encroaching on what I would consider left wing policy.
Interesting. Yeah.
And so I was listening to you speak then, and I want to say whether you subconsciously, I want to say that's happened to you too. I think you, if I recall through you a few years ago, would not be saying some of those things you said in terms of maybe just in discussion, but I would say you're a lot more moderate now than you were a few years ago on some of the topics. Would that be something
that's interesting. Am I more moderate?
And I guess I would say you perhaps haven't moved, but maybe the Overton window is moving.
Sure. Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I think there's been, so this is something, and this is actually, I remembered what I was talking about. And it came to the Jordan Peterson conversation and climate change, and whether I would nuke India to stop climate change, etc.
Right.
I think there's been a rise of what, as I said to Joe, I would characterize as a liberal obsession with shallow identification and policing of language in a way that is much more establishment than left wing. And the fact that I don't know if it's more or not, but certainly too many people who call themselves left wing have this perspective is a problem, and the fact that this is seen as if you go further left wing, you start policing people's language because you think that's the most important thing. I want the perception of people who are saying more hyperbolic, ungrounded, ridiculous stuff, who call themselves left-wing, are not further left-wing. They're maybe kind of aesthetically left-wing, but they're just saying dumb stuff, right? And being a little bit of a lefty, but then dumber doesn't make you more left-wing, but that's how we've kind of categorized things. And I think that's unfortunate.
Right. Well, I would say the members of, say, what's that, Proud Boys. I would say they're in some way radicalized, and I would use the same word on the left wing. I would say they've been radicalized by ideology. So I wouldn't say they're more left wing. I would say they just have very radicalized views. Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Can something be establishment and radical? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, yes.
Would I bite that bullet? Yeah, I think probably. Yeah. I mean, war is pretty radical. Saying we should go to war with this nation who didn't, attack us is kind of radical. But that was an establishment position when the U.S. went into Iraq. And I think to say that that's not radical, I would bite that bullet that the establishment can be radical.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's sort of the whole process. You know, one of the things that was pointing out to me that most countries in South America and even Central America have gone through some form of massive levels of corruption, or you know, a lot of those countries have no business being as poor as they are. But the US is distinguishes itself in terms of being very moderate to anything. Like, you know, it's very unlike the US, for instance, to allow radical views to simply take over the majority position. The US has always like typically been very, very moderate to pretty much everything. Like, it had to, like, put it this way: during both World War One and World War Two, the US had to be dragged, begging and screaming to do anything, right? Because it was like, we're just moderates, we don't really care. Right, exactly. But on the other hand, South America, you know, they went through Argentina, went through the whole Peronism phase, which now got the Milei, the right winger, right? So they're very much swaying and swaying.
Well, yes. So just to maybe contextualize that a bit more, you know, maybe that was true to some extent before World War II, but during the Cold War era, we were knocking down communist regimes wherever we could find them. So.
Let's say wherever we could find them, you know, you look left or look right, you'll find them. You know, I think France at the time, I want to say, up until like the late 80s, France had a well-established communist movement.
Yeah.
Within, you know, that's France, right? So I think, you know, let's say left wherever we could find them is
wherever we could find them, and that wasn't in Europe. But I mean. Vietnam was like, you know, fighting communism. Our regime change in South America was always against communists, right? It wasn't against, like, we've never had that regime change against right-wing governments, right? Unless they're like literally the Nazis and they're, you know,
even Iraq,
and Japan, like, you know, bombs Pearl Harbor, yeah.
Right, even Iraq, the Ba'athist Party was a Arab socialist party, right? They were the communist socialist-esque party. Even then, but I think that might, and you probably would, the you know, and so I was listening to a little bit of the infamous, whom we can't escape, Jordan Peterson, and he was talking about how like left-wing extremism can lead to really sort of bad consequences, but right-wing extremism is a lot more uncommon for it to be you know, problematic or something like this.
Yeah, that's a bizarre,
bizarre right, well, it's like, you know, so if you had to like magically, that does somehow line up to, if you have a sort of a nationalistic view of the United States of America, why have we gone going around sort of ending socialism all around the world in the name of sort of freedom and justice? Well, how did that parallel come about? Right, so I don't think, you know, because left-wing governments in the U.S. still supported those wars. Put it that way.
Left-wing like movements, you mean, or you said left-wing governments in the United States supported those
as
wars?
As a whole, like a lot of those interventions, especially at the beginning, maybe not so when things got sort of soured, but at the beginning of all those engagements, it was mostly a bipartisan supported thing. And we were talking about Iraq, not Iraq, the older wars, Vietnam.
Okay.
You know, an intervention prior to the Cold War. Well, during the Cold War. Sorry.
Yeah, prior to like the kind of 60s and 70s like peacenik movement. Yeah, I have to say I'm not so well read on that period of history of like the 50s, kind of mid late 40s and 50s in terms of U.S. interventionism. So I'm just gonna have to plead genuine ignorance on having anything very meaningful to say about that.
Yeah, no.
It does remind me.
It's just an interesting parallel.
Yeah, it does remind me. So you're bringing up again now Jordan Peterson. This is one of the statements that I made when I was talking to Gambit while watching that discourse between Jordan Peterson and Destiny, where he was talking about the same question of how far would you go for climate change, to prevent climate change? What kind of extreme things might you do, whatever. And I think there's a genuine issue there that he's bringing up. And this is where when right-wingers sometimes say things that I agree with, it's like they're intuiting maybe like some important truth about the situation, but then their very next step is like calculated to go in like the worst possible direction from there. So when we look at,
I think Destiny says something very similar to that.
So
I think I think he was. I think he was. I forget if I saw this on his live stream or how I watched this one, but I think this was like 2 days after he had announced that he had done a debate with Peterson, but it wasn't out yet. And then someone came on his thing and said, he's stupid, right? And everything he said is stupid, right? And Destiny goes, no. Everything he said was absolutely correct, other than the political stuff, which he's stupid about.
So even the political stuff, he's like, there's a kernel of truth in it, but where he goes with it is just like as wrong as you can go.
Right.
So when it comes to climate change and climate change policy, what we have now is basically we have like carbon taxes, some subsidies for like electric vehicles, some like little pieces of the Green New Deal, but not really any of the massive kind of like energy, novel energy sources, green energy like that. I think there's like an extrapolation that a lot of people do where it's like, okay, carbon taxes are regressive and they don't do all that much to fight climate change. To meaningfully fight climate change, you would have to make these taxes so high that they would annihilate the poor. And they're actually right. The issue is that the climate change policies that we have, or the policies to try to prevent climate change, are basically guaranteed to be the ones that won't have very much of an impact, and of course are regressive, because the things that would make a meaningful difference are not subsidizing BP to a massive amount to the tunes of whatever, tens of billions of dollars a year. There would be like investing in green energy sources, which again would take profits away from oil and natural gas. So I brought up this concept of climate justice, where it's actually not the case that places like India and China are like, okay, fuck climate change. We don't give a shit about that. That's a rich people's problem. We're just going to use as much coal as possible. To quite the contrary, they're actually extremely concerned about climate change. India will be one of the places where climate change will impact extremely hard because there's a huge amount of coastline, a huge amount of people who will be affected, already a lot of lacking infrastructure. So places like India, I'm not as aware about China, but for India specifically, they actually care.
I was about to say, China, India is nothing can compare to what the China's doing on the green front.
Yeah, they're like leading in terms of like solar panel production, right?
Well, I think I want to say I've read the statistic about like 5 years ago now, but there's something to the effect of there's more trees now than there's ever been in the past like 200 years of human history.
Yeah,
and that's because China went crazy on planting trees everywhere, in the name of the green stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The electric car business. I don't know if you know this, but China went so crazy with electric cars that they had such good subsidies that it was. I think I saw some documentary thing again. I can't ever remember these things, but they had like graveyards, massive car parks full of electric vehicles where the battery was like not built that well, but because it was subsidized, it was really cheap to do. So now it costs more to fix the car than to necessarily.
Oh God, it's like if HP made electric cars where the cartridges cost more than the whole printer itself. Yeah.
Exactly, and so now I think there was some like local loophole in the government. Like local governments were being like rewarded based on how many electric cars they could get around, and so they were like trying to convince like cab companies to like buy 50 cars and only use 2, but because it's subsidized, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
something like this.
And this is where kind of like lib versus leftist or whatever. I don't know. Honestly, even it doesn't. You don't even have to go to that distinction. There's just like good policy that helps people and make things better in the world, and there's policy that makes a few people rich. Elon Musk and electric cars can make a few people really rich. Public transportation and trains can solve the congestion in our cities, can make cities more walkable, can meaningfully impact climate change. Like, there's such a divergence between things that are useful and things that can be profitable for private industry. And we've only gone really in one direction. like even you talk about California. California was going to build high-speed rail across the state, and they instead gave the contracts to Elon Musk to do Hyperloop shit, and it's just like not done anything because one more lane underground with cars that you own is like not a great solution. A cool solution would be to link those cars together, put just an engine in the front. Maybe the wheels will wear down, so you put metal wheels, and then driving them around, steering could be an issue. So maybe you lay a track, and maybe instead of one person in a car, you have like a bunch of people go into the same car, and they go to stop at some major areas across the city, and voila, you've created a subway. So, these solutions to these things exist. We don't need to go into sci-fi to build trains or solve a lot of these issues. The thing where Jordan Peterson was talking about nuclear energy, and Destiny agreed with him, he's like, that's one of the things where the kind of hippie left just actually made a genuinely enormous, very, very impactful misstep to which maybe initially was reasonable about seeing, okay, well, Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, nuclear weapons. Not so crazy about this nuke stuff, but it does seem like genuinely we actually need lots and lots of nuclear reactors to have a stable grid that when the wind is blowing, sun isn't shining, you have just something stable.
And I remember seeing the clip of Trump bringing this up to the head of NATO regarding Germany's nuclear power.
Yeah,
he said, "Why are we even defending these?" And but then, I guess a little tidbit that I guess you probably know, but most of Germany's nuclear power plants were actually on the border with France. No, they were on the border with France, and that's why they shut them down. In sort of, we shouldn't put these. They put them there to piss off the French. That's why they put them there. If there's a nuclear disaster, mostly the French will be affected, and so the French were like, "Can you not put that right on our border?"
Oh man!
And that's why they shut them down.
Fascinating. Okay, I didn't know that because I just knew this almost as like a talking point that it's like, oh well, if climate change is so bad. Why did Germany get rid of their nukes and now they're using fossil fuels and fossil fuels based or whatever? I didn't realize that aspect of it at all. That's interesting. I know French policy. French policy with Macron has been like not so good, and this is where you get kind of like establishment liberal whatever versus leftist is. I'm trying to remember the specifics. Maybe you recall this was like part of what kicked off the Gilets Jaunes protest is. It wasn't just this raising of the petrol tax in France as like a climate change measure, but they had a publicly owned. I honestly can't remember what it was. If it was natural gas or nuclear or something, some kind of publicly owned power plant that they sold to another country or to like a company or something. So they were saying the kind of like green energy things that we can do as a nation. You as a leader are stepping away from, and you're putting this tax on the common people, which is, of course, it's like, it's good to fight climate change. Doing so through regressive taxes is not an effective or just way to do it. And so it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you look at it like, zero level nuance, and it's like climate change bad. It's like, oh, so you're saying you would nuke India to prevent climate change. It's like, okay, climate change is bad, it's worth preventing, and climate justice is important. So you have to like meld these two things where it's important to look at effective things that prevent climate change and also don't massively undercut the ability of vulnerable or poor people to like survive. In fact, there's ways to help poor and vulnerable people like a Green New Deal that gives people jobs to build, green energy sources. That's just like a pro instead of like a pro-con or something.
Well, I mean, I will push back on the regressive tax for if you are serious about climate change, the most effective policy is a regressive tax on energy.
Interesting. Is that
because that simply does what we need. That basically, I remember when I was a kid and I was in school, and it's a hilarious line in our science. We had very old science books. We were very underfunded school, and in our science book it said, by 2016 we will run out of oil, And I sat
Oh
there, and it
yeah,
was like 2014 at the time.
I remember that actually. Yeah, or like peak oil. We are gonna hit peak oil, and then we discovered fracking, and we were like, nah, we can get way more of this.
Well, no, not only that, we discovered way more oil, and then we
Yeah,
got very
yeah.
much more effective at refining oil.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
anyway, and so but by putting a regressive tax on it, we're essentially like lowering the cost of green energy
Mm-hmm.
and increasing resources and increasing R&D costs to go into green energy. That's what it does.
Yep.
And so at the time, and until to this date,
Mm.
in truth, we made leaps and bounds, but still to this day, most solutions that involve green energy are still more expensive than just doing oil. We're starting to see a lot of that change. I come from
Wait. Sorry.
England.
Just to clarify, when you say doing oil, do you mean natural gas, which is less polluting than coal, or do you mean by putting a tax
I just mean cheaper.
on?
I just mean it's
Oh,
still cheaper.
Oh, uh-huh. Okay.
Right, because the consumer, like when I turn my lights on, I really don't care what the power plant is doing,
Oh,
whether it's
so that's
solar or
interesting.
wind
So,
or whatever. Right?
so I live in an area where, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll hand the mic right back to you. But I actually live in an area that I feel very happy to live in an area where we're given an option to select actually our energy source and
Nice.
to go. So the option was, it was actually moving toward green, and you could either say 80% green or pay like a tiny bit more for 100% green. And now green energy is actually less expensive than
Right.
the
Yep.
other option. So we're actually automatically opted into green, into like fully green.
Yeah. No, So
Yeah.
we are just about getting there in terms of that switch, but that's because of those regressive taxes, I would say.
That's
You
interesting.
know,
Yeah.
but in England, the cost of electricity, the cost of energy, gas and electricity, has massively shot up above the rates of raises and inflation, the rest of it. And that's consistently happened over the past like 20, 30 years. To the point now, I think just after COVID, I want to say I read a stat that said 1 in 4 households took out a loan just to keep the heating on during the
Yeah.
winter.
Yeah.
And that's partly because in England they have rules about if you can't pay your energy bills, the government will immediately hand you a loan, a low interest rate. So it's a very
Has that spiked energy prices? Because now it's like the same issue with college debt here, that it's like, well, if people can keep getting loans for colleges, then the colleges can charge more, and so the rates kind of skyrocket. Is that what happened there, or what? Why are more people?
No, mostly because of the increasing costs of energy in England, particularly because I think England has quite a lot of wind energy, being an off the coast of the continent, and the wind energy wasn't doing that good at the same time as the UK and Russia war kicked off, at the same
Okay.
time as Brexit, at the same time as all the spending from COVID, and so all those sort of driving factors. Then, like I think I want to say to this day, the average American spends about half of what an average Briton pays in electricity. So,
Yeah.
get your electricity bill and double it. That's probably what the average Briton pays.
And I know even like I mean, the cost of gas also is just so much higher, right? And I know when I was
No,
France, I
here's
was
the
looking.
thing.
It was in like liters per whatever or some shit. So it was a little bit hard to calculate
It's a little
compared
bit hard
to.
to convert. No, England has actually some of the cheap. We call it petrol. Some of the cheapest petrol in Europe,
Oh, interesting.
pre-tax.
Okay, but the
Pre-tax.
taxes are really high.
Once
Interesting,
we
yeah.
have the highest
Uh-huh.
taxes on petrol.
Yeah.
And that again, in terms of why do we have that? Well, because we have a massive rail network and we have a massive transportation. I remember when I was a kid, I had a card because I went to a London school, and they gave you a card, and you can travel anywhere in the whole city of London for free endlessly.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And so I looked at getting a car when I was 18 and get car insurance, and they wanted like a ridiculous sum of money to. I think they wanted something like $1,000 just to insure me to take the driving test.
Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah. I say that's insane, but it's also so I grew up in an area where I didn't need to have a car until I got one pretty recently, when I had like some jobs that were further away, that it just something other than driving just wasn't that feasible. It would have been possible, but not great. So I've been doing kind of a long-term rental, but for most of my life, where I've grown up, I haven't needed to own a car because the public transportation system is just pretty good. It's got issues, but
Well, and so
Yeah.
that's really a thing
Mm-hmm.
because, and I was reading a book on this in terms of how local governments treat things like the bus network or a tram
Mm-hmm.
network, or
Mm-hmm.
not so much like statewide rail, but more like localized city.
Yep.
And that in American cities there seems to be a cycle of, and in fact some states have laws against this now, but there used to be a cycle of politicians making promises that basically were unrealistic, and the
Uh-huh.
actual bus networks, whilst the policies were intended to be good, actually far more hurt the poor than ever did, or the you might say
Mm-hmm.
disenfranchised or the less well off in the city. Because, like for instance, a politician was be like, "I'm going to pass a rule that says the bus company can't raise their ticket prices for the next 5 years." And technically that can work because the bus company goes, well, we can still make this sort of work because we'll just service the bus less often, or we'll just
Mm-hmm.
pay slightly less we'll freeze raises, and this, or we'll do just less routes. But in the long term, that means the bus more likely to break down, more
Yep.
likely to be not on time. And then if a slightly person that's not so good on their luck has got a court date and they miss the court date because the bus broke down,
It's really
well, that
bad.
person then gets hit with like a
Yeah.
$500 fine or whatever because that whatever it is.
And then once people lose confidence in that rail system being reliable, they buy a lot more
Right.
cars, congestion goes up, fewer people are taking it, so ridership goes down, so the like not
Yep.
as much of it is paid for. It's a very bad cycle.
Yep.
Um,
Was it either it was the capital of Brazil or Mexico City? I forget.
mm,
About just before COVID, I think in like 2018 or 2019, they had a massive bridge collapse,
mm,
a rail bridge collapse. It was
oof.
just over a highway,
Mhm.
and it turned out that the rail network as a whole was entirely in a situation of bankruptcy, uh, um, and they hadn't bothered to service or check the bridge in forever.
Mhm.
um, and that but that's an example of it. But nobody was riding the tram because everyone saw the bridge and like was. I think that people were
Mm.
commenting about how bumpy the rail was and how it was like going across the bridge was like a mini roller coaster of up and down, a bounciness. Clearly, anybody with a would say that's clearly not structurally correct. But
Mhm.
between all the bureaucracies, yeah. So this is okay. So what I'm trying to get to there is a little bit like I feel myself drifting to the right on some of this stuff because
Mm.
like I don't know if you know about Grenfell Tower in London.
No.
I don't know if you no. So Grenfell Tower is probably like the largest. I don't know exactly. I want to say something like one of the worst fires in modern British history for the past 20
Okay.
years. So Grenfell Tower was what you might call Section 8 housing in the US, or
Mhm.
we call it it's a form of government subsidized housing. And it was some ugly building, really ugly sort of concrete looking thing. And so in order to modernize it, the council basically got some like nice modern looking
Mm.
outage to it
Oh
and
God.
glued it to the outside of the building, and it made it look really nice and approachable, cleaned up the area and sort of lowered crime
Mhm.
because if you live in a nice looking neighborhood, you're a lot less likely to commit crimes and all the rest of it. But unfortunately, what they didn't know or what they didn't perceive is what if you set fire to that thing outside?
It's more
Now the whole
flammable.
building is basically it's
Oh my God.
so someone had like a little fire in their room. It got out to the window and then it like just went up the whole entire building,
Yep.
and a lot of people died, and
That's
in the most
horrible.
horrific ways, right? Because
Yeah.
a lot of people, those people in those buildings, like they can't just jump up and run down the
Mhm.
stairs. They got like wheelchairs and the rest of it, and so they're not gonna be able to just walk away from it.
Yeah. Oh, that's horrible.
And, but when you look at that, and the real problem about that is, um, to me, it seemed like nobody actually owned the building. Like when they,
Uh-huh.
like if that would happen in like New York City, or if that would happen anywhere, well, I don't know really, but if I would say if that would happen in a place where everyone owned every building, then we'd immediately know who was responsible. We could sue somebody, we could get a compensation for the victims, and we can. But there was no one to
Mm.
sue. You couldn't sue anyone.
Hmm.
You go to the local council that was technically responsible for maintenance of the building, and it said, well, the fire chief was supposed to check that. You go to the fire chief, the fire chief says, I haven't
Mm.
been paid to check any of this stuff anyway. I'm underfunded, and really, it's the national body of construction that should have like made sure the materials were safe, and then the national body of construction said, well, we never really checked the plans
Mhm.
anyway because we're too busy. And, it's like an endless bureaucracy.
Yep.
Uh, um, um, and so it's like, if somebody actually owned, if we just had sold that building a year before to somebody, and that somebody walked in and said, "Oh shit, this is a massive fire risk. We should fix this," then that kind of thing could have been mistaken. But because nobody owns the building, well, then it's sort of this community thing, which can work, but the community has to own the building, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to have like you see that a lot in some American cities too, where the lower income will have the government will build a building, but they can't be bothered to maintain it because the government doesn't care about the poor people, and so the poor people get together and say, well, we'll own the building then. Right, and they have like which is good.
That's very cool.
Right?
Yeah. I mean,
but,
yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, this is where I wish that these conversations could always get, one level deeper than the 0th level that they're basically always on, which is like, if climate change is bad, then shouldn't we go to war with all the nations that are polluting? It's like, okay, well, let's try to go one step deeper. It comes to, it's like, okay, this particular policy that was based on like, oh, shouldn't we do something nice for the poor, was like poorly thought through. So maybe we shouldn't do nice things for the poor, is what, like, the right wing perspective will take away from that. And I think it's like, I'm trying to think if there's a situation where my instinct, which I know just statistically can't be right all the time, but it's like, well, if they cared about the things that they said they cared about, this probably wouldn't have happened. Where it's like, okay, if they cared about making it nice, or they cared about the people inside rather than just making it look like they were doing something, then things would be better instead of just seeming better. So like, here's, so like,
I would say that level of nuance you can't get from a government bureaucrat. That level, that ability to make those kinds of distinctions about doing things, how you construct all the because there's quite a lot that goes into constructing even a single person in a 2-bedroom house takes quite a lot of consideration. So you can imagine a house for 100 people, would need a lot of consideration.
But I think the instinct to say, so you're not saying this because you're saying, well, if the community had owned it, then they probably would have like, thought about things like this rather than just, how does it look? It's like, well, we don't want to burn because, us and our things are flammable, and that's not good. The right wing perspective would say, like, give it to a corporation, which is the big thing I would.
Well, I guess I would just simply compare it to, like, the biggest absentee landlord in New York City is the New York City Housing Authority.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? But there's like, well, they would sell to a corporation. Well, maybe, but it's like I don't have the building, I don't have the money, the capital to purchase from the government, even at great scum level discounts, as you might get from the government if you know the right people. A massive skyscraper full of people. So it would have to be a corporation, right? Because
a corporation or a collective of people living there or whatever, I guess. But it's like, but my sense is that it's like, well, the history of, slumlords maintaining buildings is not great. And, the private contracts that companies get to do a lot of these, city works, it's generally the companies that are not buying the right building materials. Shoot, I wish I could tell you some of the construction bullshit in my area, but it would dox me if I were to say how bad it is.
Well, the 1031 rule, right, in the US. Are you familiar with the 1031 rule?
No, I'm not.
Oh, so if Biden tomorrow went out and simply mumbled 1031 into the microphone, I would vote for him. Okay. This is so there's a rule regarding capital gains tax that corporations and very well-to-do people have when it comes to buying and selling investment properties.
Okay.
It's called the 1031 rule, and it allows you to defer any capital gains tax as long as the gains that you receive from a sale of an investment building is used to purchase another building. And so you can basically, because if you've ever sold a house or anything like that, you basically pay 5% out in realty fees. So if it's a $100,000 house,
I see.
you're paying if it's $100,000 building or house or whatever, you're paying $5,000 to the realtor. Any gains you've made, you're paying 15% of that to the government, and there's a whole series of other fees, to sell the house. So you can save 15% on any gains, as long as you use that money to buy another property. This means that you can go along buying and selling in small increments, and you can go from like a somewhat large property to an even larger property to 2 properties to 3 properties with paying zero tax, when everyone else has to be paying tax on all the income they get.
Interesting.
And so I don't know, this guy, Ben Marla is his name. He's a YouTuber, and he's like this big fat angry American character from Florida. I think from Fort Lauderdale is where he's based out of. And he acts and sounds exactly like a big fat angry American from Florida does. But he owns, I think he showed up his Excel spreadsheet on the thing I watched. He owns $600 million of assets,
Wow.
right? $300 million of which is loans. So he only really owns half of that, but he lives the life of a very, 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 very lavish millionaire, because he'll buy $20 million worth of these, and he is a he's a slumlord, right? And he'll buy $20 million, hold on to it for 5 years. It's now worth, and he'll try and improve the place to make it look nice. It's now worth $25 million, and so that $5 million is his to make, just for holding the property, just for simply holding, going to the store, picking up a bag of oranges, and then holding it and then turning around and selling it for double or whatever. He's not adding to the economy, I guess is what I'm trying to say there.
And he's actively freezing houses that somebody could be living in. He's actually he's taking things fully off the market. Not even.
Well, he's running them. He's certainly renting. He's certainly cash flowing, right? He's
so
renting it out.
He's renting it out. Okay,
right. But he's not actually like going there and, like, for instance, he's not. He goes there to make. He sees it purely from a numbers basis perspective.
Yep.
His game is to make as much money as possible. He doesn't care, how many veterans get dysentery from the freaking taps. Or whatever, that's exaggeration, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But that's because the 1031 rule. But
interesting.
And the reason why I sort of bring that up was because in 2016, Clinton and Trump, when they were debating, they just touched about the 1031 rule. So this is when they did the talk about the donors. And Trump says, "I used to be one of your donors." I don't remember exactly the clip, but it's like Hillary says something about I forget exactly how it came up, to be honest. But Trump then retorted back and said something like, "Well, I know how corrupt the system is because I used it to donate to you, and that's how I know how corrupt it is." He was talking about the 1031 rule.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, that seems like not good. I mean, I think there should be some pretty direct laws in there just about how many places that you own. I think that should matter, right? I think the how people, because it's the things that we care about are we want everybody who wants to be able to own one home to be able to, if that's feasible. I think it's reasonable to prioritize that over somebody just growing richer and richer and richer by owning all of the homes. We don't want a monopoly situation, and being able to distinguish those in law, I think is not. I'm sure there's a huge amount of complexity, but something like if you own, 3 residential properties, your fourth one should be treated differently than somebody who's buying their first.
Well, to be sure, I mean, just on that, that is true for your second house.
For your second house, yeah. First time home buyer, but that's even that's just in terms of loans that you qualify for with lower down payment, right? Is there anything that's your property taxes are different, or your sales tax? Oh yeah. You're
on your second house. If you don't live in the house,
if you don't live there, yeah.
That's most jurisdictions in the U.S.
But it
have
doesn't
that rule.
scale past one. So it's like owning 2 houses is treated as the same as owning 100 houses, right?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There's an exception for if you live on that property that you own, and there used to be, which I think we should bring back. There used to be what's called the homesteading rule. I don't know if you know about the homesteading rule.
No,
There
please
used to,
please describe that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So that used to be a really cool part of law that basically said once you've paid off your house, it can't be repossessed by anyone until you die. Even
Interesting.
even if you are completely bankrupt as an individual, too bad, you get to keep your house. You paid it off.
Interesting. Oh
So debt collector,
yeah.
for instance, couldn't come and kick
Huh.
the door in because you've paid off the house.
Mm-hmm.
And that was called the homestead rule, and that
That's
rule has pretty much
interesting.
disappeared completely from the
Yeah.
U.S.
No, that's fascinating. So instead of being treated as an asset, a house is treated
Hmm.
as a home.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
And I wholeheartedly
Mm-hmm.
like it is gut wrenching to like you'll hear a story of like someone that's been renting for 30 years of their
Mm-hmm.
life reliably from the same tenant.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that you for 30 years of your life successfully made payments to one, person who's renting to you the house. Why couldn't you have qualified for if theoretically as societal rules go, you
Yeah.
should be able to qualify for a mortgage. The whole reason why
Mm-hmm.
people get excluded from the mortgage market is because the bank doesn't perceive them to be a reliable source of income in order to
Mm-hmm.
continually pay off the house.
Yeah.
That's why someone might get declined
Yeah.
from even having a mortgage. And so that's so sad to hear a story where someone's been essentially profiteering off this person for 30 years, and it's the same house, the same town, the same landlord. Really, as a societal, and that again, but yeah. So I agree with you. That's one of the areas where it's like, one of the areas where like I'm very left wing is you have to include everyone in society. Society has to
Yeah.
go together.
Yeah.
That's really the only way, right?
I think that's like a um, fundamental left wing value that needs to be held very deeply. Um, this is why I think this is why I think things like excluding right wingers from conversations or from
Well, no,
whatever
because I
like
can sell it to a
are
right winger.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'll tell you the way I sell to
yeah,
a right
please.
winger.
No, I'd love to hear it.
Uh,
Yeah.
I do it. I talk about crime statistics,
Mm,
and so it's like if everybody owns their house and you don't like some person because they've done something wrong, you can sue the hell out of them and you can be guaranteed payment because they've got a house, and so they've got a guaranteed place of basically of stored up wealth. If there's someone stealing or there's a company or someone committing some sort of fraud or some sort of I'll fix your windows and then comes around and do it, or like something like a bad contractor or something like this, right? But if that person that fixes your window doesn't own anything, has never owned anything in his life and rents, well then it doesn't really matter what you can do. You're just out of pocket. You can't sue them. They've got nothing to you can't you can't squeeze blood out of a stone or whatever the phrase is.
yeah.
But if everybody's included in society, crime goes down. Why? Because you can sue everybody every time someone makes a mistake. Very often, again, much more of a left-wing position that I have is, which is crime typically isn't driven by people just being greedy, feckless idiots. It's because they're hungry, they want to live a better life, and they see an unjust system that disparages them and excludes them. And so then the idea of simply yanking some rich dude's MacBook off the Starbucks table sounds like a pretty justified idea. But if that individual was included in society and we had better and easier ways for that person to say own a home, even if they just had 10,000 or 20,000 equity total in a $300,000 home, right? That's something. Something is a lot better than just being excluded and being basically forced to rent at exorbitant rates for 30 years because whatever your parents didn't love you or whatever it was.
Yeah, I think there's no. I mean that's a great. I think that's a great. I think that's a great way to sell it to people who are, a little bit, So even as talking to KungFuJoe, who's kind of saying it's like, well, sometimes you just need to let people fend for themselves, and it's like, well, there's consequences to letting people fend for themselves. That when you're fending with them, it's not great to fend with somebody who has nothing to lose.
Right.
And
Right.
I think with when it comes to like a lefty perspective on crime as well, there's like a ground that I think it's important to retake, which is that when we think of crime, we talk about exactly, somebody with nothing to lose stealing a MacBook. But statistically speaking, in terms of theft, crime is in the vast majority theft from the theft of employees by employers. So not paying wages is, statistically speaking, the largest per year amount of money stolen of all crimes. I think maybe of all theft, like combined, is wage theft of wages from employers. And shoot, I had
Okay,
a really,
well,
I had a really,
I guess
I had a
I
really
want to
good
categorize that.
example.
Well,
Let's see
mean,
if I remember. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, happily we'll go there. I guess I was characterized. I mean, very important when I was selecting the right wings, which is to identify the victim as an individual. But in this particular case, you're identifying the perpetrator as basically a company, right? Which is this something that happens? I didn't know about the statistics. So is this something that happens on a state-by-state basis? Is it prevalent in one particular state but not prevalent in another state? Or is it a federal problem? Or there must be some rule that allows an employer to, what sounds like, lie on...
No, so
stuff,
it's so it's not a rule. It's just they just do it. They just lie. So $50 billion plus stolen from workers every year, surpassing all robberies, burglaries, motor vehicle thefts combined. Majority of these stolen wages are never recovered by workers. I think it's just difficult.
So
it's just difficult for random people to sue. I don't know if there's some statute that makes it difficult or something like that. I don't know those details.
Oh, as far as I know, I'm from England. I moved to Ohio, by the way, but I'm from England, and generally speaking, when you report a disparagement in your wages, you report that to the state regulator, and then the state regulator goes and sues the company. So you don't even have to be. You don't even have to have money. You can just simply report it. And in fact.
I think it's mostly it's like minimum wage violations is like the vast majority of that. So I think it's people aren't necessarily aware, or they're kind of being paid in like maybe a sketchy way that it's a little bit harder to keep track. Or, and it's tough also, the way this interacts with tax law. This kind of tax withholding thing is like, it feels a little bit bizarre to me. I understand, I guess, why that works the way it does. If you're not good with money, it'd be and you're not saving, being hit with huge taxes just at the end of the year or whatever, mid-year. We don't have any money saved up. Could be rough. So I understand tax withholding, but it's like, it does make it more difficult to calculate if your wages are being stolen, because it's not just this straightforward round number.
That's typically the public cause of action that the state has, is that when an employer lies about the hours, they're actually doing tax avoidance because they owe the state money for those hours.
Yep.
And so that's why it becomes that's why the state regulator then goes after the company as opposed to the individual suing the company, which will be a separate cause of action. But yeah, no, I guess I don't know. Is it just from like companies going bankrupt and then just not paying their employees?
No, not from going bankrupt. Just here, let me see. Can find some stats on this.
Okay, is it just like Walmart and Amazon being dicks, or?
Report assesses the prevalence magnitude of one form of wage theft: minimum wage violations, workers being paid an effective hourly rate below the binding minimum wage. And the 10 most populous U.S. states.
Underpaying. So this would be
2.4 million workers lose $8 billion annually. Average of $3,300 per year for year-round workers. Minimum wage violations, nearly a quarter of their earned wages. Affects 17% of low-wage workers, with workers in all demographic categories being cheated out of pay. Let's see if we can give some. Strengthen states' legal protections against wage theft, increase penalties for violators. Yeah, so maybe, the number of people that report compared to like how much money, they're still saving compared to the violations. Penalties are just, make it worthwhile for them to just keep doing this.
Right. A lot. I think it's pretty probably one way I just thinking about how I could see it is probably in like the tipping industry, and like so restaurants are obligated to make sure all their staff is compensated at least the level of minimum wage.
Yep.
And so if a waitress or waiter has a bad week, right, they might actually be unknowingly undercompensated at
Yep.
lower rates than the minimum wage.
Exactly.
And
but
the
it's
restaurant
like
doesn't have a
to keep
system
track
to
of that
calculate
could be difficult, and it's like
Right.
especially it's like, well, okay, do you want to report your employer and they will, they'll guess that it's you and they'll fire you and you won't have a job.
Yep. Yep.
It's like
Yep.
it's the people who are most vulnerable, who are most precarious, who are most subject to this.
But I will say, as things go in terms of, the larger picture, the United States is the largest. When you Google countries by, what is it, frickin' disposable income, the US is one of the highest. That is, I think, I want to say like the average wage in the US is around $16, which is more than double what the federal minimum wage is. So it's not, the average American does not rely on the minimum wage.
Well, yeah. So you have to be careful, you have to be careful about using averages.
Median, right.
Right, yeah, because it's like the ones at the top drive it up, so it can be tough to say. Looking at median would be better.
I want to say it, and maybe I'll Google it, but I want to say that it was incorrect, but the median was like $15 or $14 or $16, something like that.
Interesting.
For the average American individual, and so unlike some countries, or some countries around the world, everybody is just making minimum wage, right, or above, just about above. As opposed to the US, where the vast majority do not make minimum wage. It's very seldom that you'll find somebody making minimum wage. It's almost difficult to find a job where someone is, where it's like $7.25. There's some obviously loopholes, and I'm sure it exists. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but fortunately, we're in a country where labor is somewhat, I would say more so, scarce, so that drives up labor costs. But that's only, I would say, temporary. That seems to be fairly consistent. But that's because of the demand for labor, not because people are magically, valuable people. We could all tomorrow be making minimum wage if things go wrong in the economy, right? It just so happens that it's not going wrong.
Yeah. Let me think. Let me think of how to pull this conversation back to the kind of broader meta things. I think there's a broad point that I would want people who are more on the right to understand about people who are, capital L, left wing, whatever, that the kind of policies we want to see, the kind of ways that we see the world, are not a more extreme version of liberal conceptions or liberal policies. They're often orthogonal. So I would have to. You've kind of called me out, challenged me to do more research on how effective carbon taxes are, because I don't have like a deep well of knowledge on that, like I should have, talking about this topic. So I actually really appreciate that challenge for me to be like, okay, let me actually look at these policies and see, historically what have been effective. But the liberal approach is like, okay, we add this into the market context, we add this externality back in, and now they have to account for it. My understanding is that the reality is those carbon emissions end up getting shifted overseas to other countries in regions where it's not being counted. They end up being offset in ways that are not necessarily helping the overall problem. So they add some cost, but they're not necessarily meaningfully impacting at the level that they even are supposed to. And then the broader issue with something like a carbon tax is that you're asking the people who, or the companies that fundamentally, don't give a shit about the environment. BP, for all their advertising, they don't.
Like for instance, one of the biggest green companies in Europe is ExxonMobil, which is you might say in the US part of the global warming establishment, right? So it's ExxonMobil. Maybe it was another one too. I'm forgetting the name.
BP,
Sweden
Shell,
and Norway.
I'm trying to
Yeah, I
name all
forget.
the oil companies I
But
can.
needless to say, in if the right scenario is presented to these companies, they care very less about how they make the money. They are energy providers
Yeah,
first
I
and
mean,
foremost.
if BP, okay, frankly, I don't even trust BP to do green energy because they don't seem to care about human life or animal life or whatever. But obviously, if they became just a green company and didn't deal in natural gas, oil, you know, petroleum at all, that would be fine. It wouldn't have like quite such a beef with them if they actually fully transition into just being green. But the fact is, at this point, they make a huge amount of money off of off of non sustainable energy technologies, and so there's one thing to say. Okay, like it's kind of what you scope the field of solutions can be. It's like all we can do is push these non-green energy companies to be more green. And I would say a kind of like leftist perspective allows you to think outside of the box and say like, okay, well, why isn't nuclear coming online more? Maybe there's certain kinds of regulations that need to be looked at. Maybe we just need to have like government investment in building these projects that are expensive, aren't profitable for a long time, which is why a lot of them are being shuttered, just not happening.
Right.
To actually have just a top down kind of conscious response to the situation rather than just saying, let's just put a little stimulus in, hope it perturbs itself in the right direction. To just say like, okay, we actually need to make some significant changes. Let's just like do this. Let's be active about addressing the situation as a society.
Yeah, anytime always someone brings up the whole "it's not profitable" thing, I'm like, neither was Amazon for the first 10 years. Neither was Netflix for like decades. In fact, I think I had the famous story of Netflix trying to sell itself to Blockbusters, and Blockbusters like, hell no, that's a stupid business plan. We're not buying it. And so a lot of these ventures are not profitable,
Yeah.
and perhaps
Well,
maybe
I
never
don't
will be,
mean
but some of them might be.
yeah, I don't mean nuclear can't be. I just mean it's like it's expensive from the start, and you don't recoup the initial investment for a long time. So people just private equity just isn't putting money
Right.
into it, and so it seemed like an obvious place for the big scary government to just do something that's like needs to be done, right? That's like
Yep.
it's like it's a clear situation where even if so I would say even as like a liberal, I think that's an argument that you can make that it's like let the free hand of the market and incentivize the free hand of the market to do the great things. But if they
Yep.
can't do it or aren't doing it, then that's a good reason for for the government to step in. That's like I would even have to be a liberal to say that. I could just or a lefty to say that. I could just be a liberal and just say like, yeah, it's a pretty reasonable place for the government to step in to do
Yeah,
something
well,
that
I
needs to be
mean,
done.
energy is one of those really tough areas. I don't know if you remember Liz Truss. Liz Truss was Prime Minister of the UK for the shortest period that any Prime Minister has ever been Prime Minister of England for 300, 400 years since the office has been created. She was Prime Minister for 22 days, and she got into office, and the first thing she did was put price controls on energy in England. And that about said, and everyone shit the bed because she's supposed to be this like big right winger, and the right winger is coming in and doing left wing price controls. And the energy company is like, we need to get rid of her quick, and they got their way in the end. In like in like 2 weeks, they got their way. Which somewhat highlights the whole because a lot of people, and this is something that's almost a critique of some of the left wing positions that we have, which is often these institutions and these regulatory bodies and these sort of rules and standards often have lives of their own. And so you'll put in, there'll be like we call it sometimes in America the military industrial complex.
Yep. Yeah.
That the actual those companies along with the military have such a big of a lobby. There's nothing you can do about them in Congress.
Yeah, the military spending budget will never go down. They have admitted that they are unable to do an audit. They're incapable. They've said officially that they're unable to audit where the money goes, how it's spent. They just don't know.
It always bemuses me that in New York City, in one building, there is in the New York Stock Exchange, there is billions and billions and billions of dollars in transactions on a daily basis, perfectly kept track of.
Yeah.
But for some reason, we can't count votes in Arizona. Once you go past 10,000, everyone like loses their shit, and you can't count more than higher than that or something. The same with these sorts of things,
Yeah. And I think there's one other thing that I thought of when I was talking about that Jordan Peterson conversation, and you're bringing this up with like how regressive actually are these taxes, or how effective are these regressive taxes rather. There's another component to this that I think the kind of, I guess you could call it like the banality of evil, where okay, we tax BP, in addition to all the subsidies, we throw some taxes on them for carbon emissions, right? And so they say, well, if we're paying more in taxes, you have to pay more as the consumer, because we're not going to make any less money, even though they're making record profits.
Well, they always stand there say that, inflation every year
guarantees.
Oh, okay,
maybe that's okay. That's fair, but they're certainly not. They're not starving. They're not withering. You could say, and so this.
I want to say that's very delicate and tough to say whether they're starving or withering, especially for companies like BP, where they are public enemy number one for some 50 years now.
Public enemy number one in terms of like hippies talking shit about them, or in terms of
there's always been someone out to get them, which is fair enough, right? Because
there's always been someone out to get them, but then that someone is like somebody in Birkenstocks, and the person who's defending them are like the Koch brothers with their tens of millions of dollars of advertising.
So it's like who defends BP. It's everyone's retirement. They're a publicly. This is a great problem of a publicly. This is one of the things that's going to bring down the United States one day is the reliance on public traded companies to subsidize everything. Most Americans have either a paid off house, or most Americans either have a ton of money in the stock market or a paid off house. That's like if you look at like some 55-year-old or 60-some-year-old at the peak of their wealth. And they have a ton of money in the stock market. And the general idea, the exact same problem we have with universities, with the whole student debt crisis we have now, is we've found out that you could just keep pumping money into this 401k stock market business, and they somehow magically, that's okay, that's fine, and it's never going to go bad. And if that system goes in any way out of shape, everyone loses. Every single American loses, like. Well, I mean, it's the largest trading exchange in human species in the history, and so that's kind of scary because everyone just simply no one's asking the questions: is there too much money in the New York Stock Exchange? Should we maybe not be doing 401ks? Is 401ks the appropriate policies for every single American's retirement? Because that is what everyone has.
Wait,
And so that's why you can't go after BP, right? Because BP is a publicly traded company,
right?
And that's everyone's retirement. You're basically trying to go after. And let me tell you, every 65-year-old or whatever it is, they all vote. You know what I mean? They're very reliable when it comes to that stuff. And so don't think of BP as like the rich. You're not going against some wealthy billionaire. You're going against grandma. Right, you're going against everyone's retirement, and that's why you can't win it. And that's why you have to give them subsidies, and that's why you have to tax everyone, because that's the only way to get them into the business of doing green energy. Because you have to hand it to them. You can't just expect them to fly over there. You have to make again, because they're a publicly traded company, so they just care about numbers. And if the numbers make sense, they'll do green energy. They don't care.
Yeah. But I think that's basically that's the groundwork that you're laying for a leftist argument for, just saying, it's interesting. I don't know if right-wingers would be more okay with this now, post-COVID, now that they hate the pharmaceutical industry, but at a certain point saying like, okay, you're a publicly traded company, we're capitalists, free market, whatever, but sometimes we actually need to just like make things work out.
Okay, well,
We're gonna
just real
commandeer your
quick.
shit. We're gonna do what like it
Well,
seems like
just real quick,
people freak out over that. Yeah.
I want to introduce the idea that Scott sort of mentioning there. Every single publicly traded company is not engaging in anything remotely sound to capitalism. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the New York Stock Exchange represents the insurance policy for Congress. Okay, that is part of the state. That's a part of the state apparatus, and that's why the state apparatus has produced rules that make every single American every single week put money into it. Right?
Sure.
It's not because Congress is like a benevolent force of helpfulness. It's like
Right.
we found a way to funnel money into something that we can really benefit from.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so any company that's not publicly funded probably is engaging in some sort of corporatist, capitalist, competitive scenario, which as a whole benefits everybody. But those publicly traded companies, that's why Amazon, you ever wondered why it is that Amazon is constantly just like going into every single industry? Like they were like, I think they screwed over like the diaper business with like, and then they ruined all the book industry, and then they ruined this industry, right? Because they kind of have to. They don't really have a choice in the matter. The markets force them to because they're publicly traded. And so what happens? Okay, so one of the problems with being publicly traded is you don't spend enough money on R&D. Why don't you spend enough money on R&D? Because you have to have prolonged expenditure at a loss in order to produce the next unit of research to actually get anywhere with anything, right? And so no public company has the sort of political willpower to do any of that long time. This is a distinction between the German economy. Like, for instance, Volkswagen is still like 40% owned by the people that started it. As opposed to like Ford, which is like 0.25%, right? Bill Gates owns like 0.0001% of Microsoft or something like that.
Interesting.
I don't know
But
exactly, but as opposed to like,
don't they still have the obligation in either case to maximize shareholder value? It's just that if you have like a large single shareholder, then you can say like, okay, don't worry about that so much for me.
right. So
is that the distinction?
So put it this way: if you have if you have someone that actually physically owns a company and wants to take a risk, like for instance before Amazon was publicly traded, right? Jeff Bezos took like 10 years of massive $1 million losses before he sold enough books to make it even work. You could not do that with a publicly traded company. It's simply impossible. And so anyway, and so that's why Amazon goes, and that's why Microsoft goes and buys OpenAI. Ford will go and buy whatever company produces electric cars, and then put their badge on it right now because Ford can do electric cars, and all the rest of it. But they won't actually produce any actual. This is the left wing sort of. Don't you see these big gigantic corporations aren't working for us? They have to go and like suck in and grab actual research and actual work and actual growth in the economy and suck them into the 401k system, because we have a system of laws that makes everyone put money into their 401k or encourages 401ks based upon tax law. And it's a huge risk that nobody seems to even bother to talk about.
Okay, this is interesting. So our Norwegian friend Plofisk disagrees with your like economic description, I guess, on publicly traded companies, the economy, 401ks. So I'm gonna do the Joe Rogan thing and say, Ooga Booga, explain this thing to me. You experts dissent, please tell me, what one of you is right, one of you is wrong.
Sounds like it's just situation. Nobody talks about this. 401ks for the rich. Well, I guess so. 401k is a type of bank account that lowers your tax burden, right? Oh, is he joined chat? Oh, welcome in.
Yo, hi. Yeah.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Continue, please.
Yeah. So 401k is a type of bank account. The American tax system, a lot like when you go get a job, a lot of things are tied to your employment, like your medical care, right? That's tied to your employment. Well, most companies have some sort of 401k offering where you will not only will you get a tax deduction for putting your income in there because you don't get taxed on that income, but the employer will also match that to a certain level. Right? And so most Americans have some sort of 401k, or alternatively, they don't have a 401k, they have a paid off house by the time they go into the house being their primary investment. By the time they're 50 or 60, they paid that 30-year mortgage, and they focused on that instead because they don't like the stock market or something. But that's the one or two ways that the people in America gain wealth throughout their life, right?
But like a 401k, you know, it doesn't give you as much to like actually live off after you retire, you know.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, you actually have to save for your own pension, right? It's probably
Right.
it's like that in
Well,
every country now.
well, no, but you can put you can okay. So
But
most people
there's
get
but
money in
there's
their
limits,
401k
but
from
most people
their
don't hit them.
Yeah, from
right.
their employer. Yeah, right?
Right, but so I can tomorrow. It's just a bank account. I can open a 401k with a bank account and put my money into that bank account. There's nothing stopping me.
Yeah.
No,
And
but
it's just
you can't take out of the bank account.
not before the age of 65 without paying the
No.
tax. But
Yeah.
but I'm just offsetting the tax. I'm really a lot of people like pretend like they get this massive hit. No, you just pay the tax you would otherwise pay.
I think
I think it's slightly higher.
aren't
but
there? Yeah, there's some other like early withdrawal penalties, but just to clarify also, so there's traditional 401k and then there's Roth
Right.
IRA.
Right.
So it's a question of when you pay the taxes. So you can pay the taxes up front.
Mhm.
If you think you're going to be making more money later, it's worth to put into that versus if you think you're, you know, not going to be withdrawing too much for retirement, you can pay those taxes later and then,
Right.
you know, treat it as an
Many
income.
people think it's actually a tax deduction when you put it into the 401k, but it's actually just a tax delay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well,
Right,
you
yeah,
can,
yeah.
yeah,
Is
you
it-
can,
is it tax-
you can manage when those taxes occur and
Right,
potentially
Yeah,
how much.
You will
Yeah.
pay these taxes when you actually take out of the 401k.
No. Well, I guess it's a tax deduction for that calendar year.
Yes.
If you violate the rules of the contractual terms of the 401k, then yes, you'll pay the taxes when you violate those terms. But if you don't do it until the age of 65, then you pay zero. You never pay the tax.
Oh.
That's the
Oh.
rule. Once you get to the age of 65, you can that 401k money is now yours to do whatever.
We
Rum.
still have to pay tax.
Yeah,
at least in Norway.
it's
we
like
have to
tax
still-
taxes income, right?
No.
It's just
No,
growing.
your bank account.
No,
It's growing tax free, but you can withdraw at the rate that you want, so it can be lower tax. So say you're making like 100K a year, you can put it in, not pay taxes, take it out as 50K a year, and then pay less taxes over year, you know, every year over like a longer period of time. So you can kind of like shift it around. But it's not. Is that correct?
not income.
It's
It's your money. Once you're 65, it's just a bank account. It's like a savings account. You can buy a house with it or do what you want with it.
yeah, that's right. Because it's
Oh, okay.
actually it's considered publicly invested money.
Yeah, well, I mean, theoretically, you can open a 401k account and not invest it. That's possible too. But needless to say, the thing I was pointing out was, has everyone thought that maybe one of the flaws in the American quote unquote capitalist system is the over reliance on publicly traded companies to provide for everybody's retirement.
wait. So I'm just reading just
Absolutely, I agree.
just a specific point. It's traditional 401k withdrawals are taxed at an individual's current income tax rate at the point of withdrawal.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, it's not just your bank account. It's treated as an income basically. You can make it like significantly lower and pay like much less overall taxes. So say you're making like like I said, like 100K a year, you'll get taxed a lot, but if you take it out, 50K a year over a longer time, you may pay like very little
Yeah,
taxes.
that's the entire point of
That is
401k.
Yes, it's to manage
being-
that tax rate. And if you do Roth IRA, then you can pay taxes, and then if you're going to make more taxes, so you're paying the taxes up front, and then it's no taxes later. So if taxes go up, or if you're going to be making more money later, you can put more into that. But I think should I call you Royal or Plofisk? I don't know what you prefer, but
You can call me whatever. Or
our
call me Pill Office, it's fine.
so it seemed like you had an issue with this characterization from Deflux that Americans are basically being kind of I don't know what word to use, tricked or forced or whatever, or manipulated into
Being scammed.
being scammed into putting money into like BP basically by putting money into 401ks. I don't know if I'm characterizing.
No, that's not my problem, and
Okay.
it's not only an American issue. It's mostly
Mhm.
actually it's a European issue in general. Like we talked about, most employers do save some pension money for the employees, right? The problem is like most countries give a portion of their wealth, like their all the tax money goes into a pool, and they pay a little bit to those who pensions. It's a really little amount, and if you're only gonna rely on what the business that you work with and the government pays you, you're basically not gonna make anything, and you're gonna be way under the poverty line. For young people that are starting their job careers right now, it's vital, it's incredibly important to start saving for your own pension
Mm-hmm.
in index fund or something like that.
So
Unless
I,
you
I
want,
guess
yeah,
I mean that issue you have with the European. I mean, I'd say it's less prevalent in the European system and with the whole R&D thing, but I would say that's typical of the US. But I don't think so. This is the math you got to do in your head, which is Social Security in the United States of America can't compete when it comes to picking good investments versus the free market. It just can't compete because you have individuals that very much care where their money goes. You know, rich people that care very deeply about what they invest in, and they're going to look at the numbers. They're going to make sure everything makes sense. If they're going to build a bridge, it's going to make money no matter what, right? And then you have the Social Security bureaucrat that comes along that really doesn't care and isn't paid based upon how well the Social Security fund does, and will simply just invest in whatever. And consequently, all the investments that Social Security does never pays off. And so
but
that's why
Social
that's why
Security
Social
have a
Security doesn't do
huge,
investments anymore.
they have a huge benefit because there's so much money that needs to be invested, so they can take huge positions with even better interests.
But typically, the Social Security doesn't do that anymore in the United States.
No, they are
That is,
really
they're
risk
just a
averse after the
right.
mortgage mortgage-backed
2008.
securities failure.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and so the rules are tightened up, and so the Social Security office
Interesting.
is just basically taking what people are paying in that week and literally the following week paying them out to the old people. That's what they do. They don't actually like take that money and put it into a 30-year investment, and then you see the maturity of that
Interesting.
because they can't compete with the free market on where the rich people put their money. There's too much. There's simply too much capital flying around for a government office to even think of competing, and so they don't. And so that's what I'm saying when I'm sort of following along there. I don't think it realistically, unless you're like Norway and you've came in and they were very smart with their money at the right time. Most sovereign funds all around the world don't do well compared to just a dude with his money in the stock exchange.
I
And
don't
so
agree with that at all. Most
you don't
sovereign funds have all like 80% of their money are in only
like
stocks. Like
the one in Alaska. I think the one in Alaska, if you're an Alaska resident, it
yeah,
pays you like I think $1,200 or something a year, which about covers the cost for filing your taxes and paying your taxes back to
Well,
them. You know,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
that's
Like
an oil.
look at
That's
as
an
you
oil
said, like the
payment.
Norwegian sovereign wealth fund, 80% is in American publicly traded companies. The Saudi Arabian fund also, like most of it is
well,
in
I
stock.
guess I was being liberal with the term sovereign fund. I meant to like more like Social Security. Social Security is not a sovereign fund, and neither is the one for the countries in Europe. Yes, the one in like Saudi Arabia and Norway and was it Abu Dhabi? What's the one
Abu
begins with B?
Dhabi.
I think it is it Abu Dhabi. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So they do well, but mostly because they're invested in private industry. But I guess I'm trying to say is I don't think Social Security. If we say for instance you came and said, well, let's just simply put every single dollar that goes in Social Security into the 50 whatever is the uh, index fund.
Yeah.
Um,
But it's
um,
basically like that in Norway, right? The sovereign wealth fund. All of it is basically in actually tradable stocks.
right. So that's what I'm saying. Is really the only way Social Security could compete is to put all the money in index funds. Right.
That is true. You can actually put it in interests or in bonds
Right.
now.
Which sort of rolls back to my previous problem, where it's like everyone's retirement is relied on putting. We have this system of encouragement that we, like you said, everyone at the age of 20 should immediately be saving money and put it into this system. And so this system is now basically underpinning entirety of Congress in America and the whole world. And what if there's too much money in it? How do you tell? Like, what if we just have too many publicly traded companies, and that's basically stalls, which I think it has. I think this is literally why Taiwan produces most of the chips. It's not because we couldn't figure out how to loan Intel some money in America. It's because they're publicly traded, and so it wasn't going to happen in the US anyway. And so that's why we have to fly to some some other company somewhere else in the world, and they will do the innovation, and we will simply buy it from them. We will buy them out, but that's really not an effective way.
But you know Bill Ackman, right? He actually answered this entire fucking question about pensions. He said, give every person that is born in America a bank account, which you give $7,000 from their born, which they cannot touch until their pensions. It will cost the US $20 billion, and it will give the Americans a pension that is worthy. Only $7,000.
Yeah, but again, that's also falls into the same thing. Everyone just assumes the people that work in that New York building that is a private company that just cares for themselves is somehow going to service the retirements of every single American forever. And it's like, I think it was someone like stood up and said, I think someone asked Elon Musk, should I invest in Tesla? To which he said, no, clearly. It's like the average stock price is like 3 times as valuable as it actually should be under regular market conditions. So basically, he's hyped up the company, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's like, I wouldn't invest at all. This
Rare
is
moment of self-reflection.
Value. Right. But he's like, I don't care if you invest. It's clearly overpriced.
Oh my god!
That's
what the
why
fuck?
we
I love
invest
Elon
in
now.
index fund. Very safe. S&P
Right, but what
500.
but think of it this way: what if the entire market was oversaturated with dollars? Like every single possible investment you can get in the stock market was actually oversaturated.
Okay, then you can diversify in other stock exchanges. It doesn't have to be S&P 500. You have Asian stock exchanges.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. So Socrates, here's a right winger told me this, and I sort of found it funny. He said, "Do you think diversity is our strength?" And he's like, "No, clearly not." Is what his take was. And he's like, also, by the way, and I put it in the chat earlier, 2008 was caused by the whole diversity as strength thing, because the whole thing was to get CDOs and then diversify them, and that was the mistake. Was to put diversity into CDOs.
I mean, to say like, diversity is our strength doesn't mean that you should diversify, the geographic locations that your, body parts exist in. Like, you can't just. It's more like, oh wow, everybody comes with their own biases, their own perspective. If you get people with different backgrounds, then they see different aspects of a picture, so they're less likely to have glaring missteps. Or there's basic things like, so somebody's talking about Bill Gates in chat. There's some reading I've been doing about Bill Gates and the ways that he's been pushing. So we're talking about India, particularly in India, to go to a monoculture farming style using proprietary seeds that have to be purchased every year, petroleum-based fertilizers, and
that was the whole Sri Lanka thing, right?
I don't know about Sri Lanka.
You don't know about Sri Lanka? So that was the I forget the lady's name. There's this lady, and she was like, we need to go to a more environmentally friendly form of farming in Sri Lanka. And so they banned all pesticides for all farms.
Yeah.
About a year later, they had a big famine, and the whole political. This was just before COVID, maybe just after COVID.
Yeah.
But the whole political establishment basically fell on its face, and they defaulted on IMF loans, and they went through the whole.
Oh no.
We don't know what we're doing start thing, and they had to be bailed out by the powers that be.
Yeah, I mean that's there's that phrase that every fascist government comes from a failed left-wing revolution. It's like if you take that shot and you miss, there's consequences. So it's not to say you shouldn't take that shot, but you shouldn't miss. This is something that I've just started learning a little bit more about, so I can't say that I have more than what I've read. I haven't looked through sources and validated the stuff, but there are basic things like if you have a monoculture crop, then you get waves of pesticides, waves of diseases, and you have to if it's these kind of nitrogen intense crops, then you have to keep buying fertilizer, you have to keep refertilizing, versus if you have diverse crops, crop rotations, you don't have swaths of disease cutting through, swaths of pests. You don't have to have pesticides to the same degree. You don't have to have nitrogen fixatives to the same degree. And it seems like it's, and you don't have to have farmers paying for these very, very expensive resources. And you're able to get the kind of nutrition that people need without resorting to GMO crops that try to, have this tiny, insignificant amount of iron when there's local plants that have a decent amount of iron. So there's been this this kind of pushing
Renaissance.
Renaissance.
Which that's the right word.
Say again, with relation to what?
To a more, you might say, traditional form of farming or natural form of farming.
Something that looks more like farming has looked like for most of human history, and less this kind of sterilized, orderly kind of mono cash crop. In America, it's like highly subsidized corn and soybean. And
I would say it's very, very much a factory in America, right?
Yeah,
Food is a factory business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But so, okay, so like
So that's going to diversity as a strength. That diversity in crops, ecologically is a strength, and also you're not killing all the birds and bees with pesticides, so you have pollinators, and plants everywhere aren't just dying. People aren't getting sick from pesticides in the water.
I don't even remember. It just so happened that one comedian, was it Theo
Von? Yeah, he's great.
He went on Joe Rogan and talked about the bees jerking off and dying and exploding, and he says something like, it's a true thing apparently, where like the bees get too hot, they ejaculate and explode.
Interesting.
And so Theo was on Joe Rogan and he said, hey, yeah, the bees are gonna jack off and explode, bringing up Jimmy or whatever the producer's name in, and just Joe Rogan like loses it because he thinks it's like a comedy bit, and then like he actually brings it up and it's the first article, and he looks like, oh shit, this is actually a thing. Holy shit.
Yeah, Theo Von is hilarious.
He is, yeah. But no, that's interesting. Having because obviously it's one of those things, right? Where if we okay, so like the obvious pushback there is if tomorrow we all went and did like the natural farming thing, the most Americans, and probably I would assume we'd very shortly be in a situation of famine, because we take one field right now in the middle of Ohio, the state where I reside, and it produces thousands of ears of corn, more so than we than you could get from 100 fields in just one, like in terms of production. So yeah, I'm sort of really indifferent to the whole GMO thing, because it's like most Americans don't really care that much about like the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. Most Americans want something warm and doughy to put in their mouth.
That's fair. Yeah.
So
the carb amendment.
So if you take that warm doughy pizza piece away from them, all of a sudden they start caring about their Second Amendment a lot more. And a lot less about paying their taxes and going to school, whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably a good place to end it as any.
Yes.
Thank you both so much for coming on, extending this conversation. I've really appreciated it.
Thank you as well.
Thank you for everybody who's come to watch. Let me find. Let's see who's streaming right now.
Can I plug my stream really quickly?
Oh yeah, no, please go ahead. Yeah.
So I don't stream on Twitch, but I have streams in my name, which means in the future I might stream on Twitch. I do software development.
Oh, cool.
But everyone that I follow in the software development page on Twitch always refuses to do anything political.
Interesting.
which is
That
partly
makes
because
so much sense.
yeah. And so I want to be I'm going to do software development and do hot takes on politics and have like a raging chat.
That's
So,
awesome. Wait, what do you usually code in?
it'll be C#.net.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Good old American Microsoft
Yeah,
stuff.
I do mostly like R, some Python.
Oh,
bit
so
of
yeah,
Java.
you're in the sciencey
Mhm.
research field up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's like a long way from where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in like the manufacturing automation business or whatever.
Oh, very cool.
Yep.
Greek yeah.
But there you go. So yeah, if you want hot takes or anyway political discussion, feel free to follow. There's probably not going to be a stream anytime soon, but I very well might just happen.
Mm. No, that's great. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. If when you start streaming. Yeah, happy to support small streamers. Yeah, and especially somebody who's gonna be brave and speak what's on your mind.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always a good. Everyone in the software development category is too scared because they're so interested in doing their software development that they don't want to become political because then they're like disenfranchise half their audience, and this sort of thing.
Yeah, and this is exactly. Oh my gosh, Clovis, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem,
bro. I'm actually just right in the middle of getting some subscriber modes set up, so you're coming in at a good time. Hopefully, have those ready soon.
Apparently, I'm not coming in at a good time if they're not ready.
Well, look, I'm trying to spin it in a glass half full kind of way. But this is actually exactly the issue with a kind of technocratic approach to education, where we see everybody as like, okay, we'll teach you how to do science, but not any morality behind what science should be done. We'll teach you how to do, engineering, software engineering, whatever, but we're not going to teach you anything about like, justice in algorithms or how things can be misapplied or, even like some level of distaste for, making mobile games that, get children addicted or, just
Yes.
this phrase like the smartest minds of my generation are figuring out how to get people to click ads is a sad state of affairs.
That is the most important thing to figure out.
Gotta click. Well, here I'm gonna raid off to Ica Rules. Yeah, everybody, be good chatters. Say hi, and thank you so much for coming by. Hugely appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subscription, and take care.
Ta-ra.
Bye bye.